We need to figure out a way to remove those zombies. So, we have plenty of drink. As far as drinks go, they're nothing interesting. We do have one unnamed mechanic and one unnamed stone crafter, if people would like a dwarf. We are trying to engrave slabs. I need to figure out where to put them. Which one do you want, Erlach? But at least one of them is going to be named Cyrlac. You know, sometimes I get, like, the randomest games. Either one? All right. You can be the stone crafter. Cyrlac. He felt satisfied at work and was satisfied at work and was satisfied at work and felt sympathy, remembering bringing somebody to rest in bed, and felt satisfied at work and felt satisfied at work. After that, he felt satisfied at work after producing a masterwork and felt sympathy after bringing somebody to rest. You're married. You're 106 years old, born on the 3rd of Sandstone in the year of 147. Your wife isn't here. You had a former master. You also had a lover. Maybe that's why your wife isn't here. You worship Momas, who's the deity of death, of the modest palisade, our faction. And she is a skeletal dwarf. You also worship Blossom Downed, the young buds. A deity of the modest palisade, takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with children. You also worship the deity of the empires of waviness, named Thel, who takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with hospitality. Lastly, you worship Zac Efron, Zephon, Gun Cleanse, the deity of the modest palisade, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with pregnancy. Why are you happy to work? Because you felt satisfied at work. His copper eyes have large irises. His ears are tall and very long. His sideburns are braided, and his long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length beard is neatly combed, and his short hair is neatly combed. His lips are very thin, and his nose is somewhat broad. His nose's bridge is somewhat concave, and his hair is gray mixed with dark tan. His skin is copper. He likes cassiterite, bronze, red pyrope, and picks, and amulets, and wild boars for their tusks, and the sight of the pregnant pantomime, and when possible prefers to consume louse, anchovy, and dwarven beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He personally views any show of emotion as offensive and does not care about fairness and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as even remotely important, but dreams of raising a family. He is bored... Wow. He is bored by reality and would rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Ah, I get it. He has a wife and a girlfriend, thus he likes being at work. Oh, I understand. Yeah, no, that is fair. Just got done prepping dinner. Hopefully it's a good dinner. Damn right. Wait, you envy the dwarf for having a wife and a girlfriend? That, you know, in theory, that always sounds lovely, but is never actually as lovely, unless you're referring to the likes being at work part. He rarely looks on others with lust. Bullshit, you have a wife and a girlfriend. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to avoid crowds, and he is quite polite, and he doesn't handle stress well. He has an active sense of humor and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Well, hence your fantasy world. He values artwork and its creation, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and greets others very loudly, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I think I've met this person before. Used to play D&D with my ex. He's currently going to go get a drink. He lives in a land of magic and fantasy. But no, seriously, I think I've met this dwarf. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, that is the exact personality of somebody I used to know. You envy them for being satisfied at work? I'm generally satisfied at work. The only time I'm not satisfied at work is when my streams end with, like, on a negative note, which happens sometimes, which kind of sucks. All right, so... Oh, this fucking fortress. Okay, I'm gonna start digging this way. I'm gonna dig this way, and this way, and this way. I'm going to make wood cage 10. Do I even have any wood? I do not. We out of seeds? We're out of pigtail seeds. Let's drop back down to here. So I'm gonna cancel those cages. Let's brew some. I didn't make that. Keep on seeing this, like, this dwarf here not doing anything and going, oh, I need to give you a job, and then realizing, oh, you're never gonna have one because you're nuts. I'm gonna give you plant gathering and plant processing, Mr. Mechanic, and we're gonna take you off of stone detailing. Damn, Diamond. For some reason, I thought you'd gone to bed. Maybe it's because you're going to bed right after this. All right. Still working on getting that tavern smoothed. No ghosts just yet. Just lots of troglodyte corpses. Hungry heads, soon to be zombie hungry heads. Going to need a garbage room. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's the tower gap blowgun. So what we're going to need to do, I think, is go back down to the lower level, not the upper levels. Which, you know, is right here. It's a shame that I can't... I guess actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. But we're not actually going to dig the up downstairs right now. We're just going to dig right to here. And I'm going to put a bunch of cage traps in. And we're going to try and get up onto here. And see if we can hack down some of these trees up in here. Maybe get this area, like, cornered off so that we can have access to it a little bit. Actually, that's doable up here. How's that ceiling? Pretty tall. God damn it. Actually, it's only 2 Z levels. What is that? Creepy crawler? Yeah, I think it's not unrealistic to clench this whole thing off. Also, there's water right there, which either put a well up above it. Problem is I literally only have 1 miner right now with 1 pick. So, you know. Gonna be a long day. Unless we're able to trade with somebody at some point. Let's just cancel all this smoothing. I am going to smooth, but it's going to be priority 7 instead of priority 1. See what we're all working on primarily. Making rock pots, cutting emeralds. You're a monster slayer. Thrones. Got that trader depot getting constructed. You're below 100K. Are you trying to gain? It looks like it seems like you're trying to lose, sir. But yeah, 27,632. Does that mean you start trying to gain now? What's the status? Full save. You still alive? I think so. Yes, you are in fact still alive. You're an axe dwarf. Not even wielding an axe. But you're training. You're trying to sleep now? Well, you have a good night's sleep, Diamond. The no longer in first was once the richest ticket holder in the stream. Need to jump into Bellinair's stream and tell him to turn autofocus off. Bellinair's building Warhammer minis. For those of you looking for Warhammer content. Where are you digging? Digging up here? Okay, rock mechanisms 30 and do not have a mechanics workshop. All right, well, let's build a mechanics workshop then. You're a zombie chop? I don't know what that is. Not like a pork chop? Just really want that trade depot done, and then I can unsuspend all these. Oh, you're a zombie chopper, yes. You cutty zombie. Also, I'm gonna turn off a few military that I have because I need them doing other things. You know, like brewing plants and... Well, we have this. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. Now that we have this, process plants. Your animal. Spin thread. It's got to be very vigilant about the amount of booze that we have. Dwarf is digging out more gems, which is fine. Right. Floor hatch. Okay, we do in fact have a floor hatch currently. Is it live? Absolutely not live. I'm never live. I'm generally dead. Mostly inside, though. Chad, is it live? That or you're saying it like in a Frankenstein's kind of way. It's alive, which is very much true for everything on the surface. All the raven corpses, the cave fish people corpses, that dwarf's corpse. You know, we'll do it live. I'm recording. I won't be in a bit. Ask me that in 20 years. I might have a different answer. But yes, this is definitely live. Started to play Dwarf Fortress this week. You're loving it. You watch a lot of my videos. Well, thank you. Cheers, man. Yeah, generally, if this channel is live, I'm live. It's not a VOD. So. Undead themed fortress. True, yeah. This is a haunted, resurrecting biome fortress, and we have an insane necromancer running laps around the fortress going blah all the time, which is great. I was interested after watching a performance, though, so I guess that's good. But normally when dwarves get this distressed, they just kind of starve to death, whereas this one's just going. Bah! Why do I have a feeling that this dwarf is going to be the last one left alive in this fortress? Like, everybody else is going to be dead. Or, like, incapacitated, and, like, insane Locum Wild Peak, the gem-cutting necromancer is just going to be running circles going, ah! For all eternity. All right, so, speaking of all eternity, let's go on an adventure, shall we? Acrid goo? Oh no, anything but the acrid goo. Let's increase the priority of this. Have we started making those rock mechanisms yet? Yay, we have. Sweet. A were-gopher! Oh no! You're trying to contain the infection? Yeah, that's always tough. Actually, the way I like to contain the infection with those is when full moon rolls around and there's, like, they're active, nickname them all either gopher or bit or something, or put the word were in their name somewhere. And then after you've done all of that, look at the combat log and just follow up each combat log for each person, and every single person you see get bit, give them that nickname. And then when they're not in were-creature form, you like expel them or something. Or just like lock them in a room separately from everybody else. Whatever works. Cool, we finally cut all of the emeralds. It's rain and goo. Combat log is R, yes. And then you select the person, and if it happened recently, it'll give you the recent announcements, but the game does remove them pretty quickly from the log, so pretty quick about it. Okay, is there like a particular reason you've chosen to not like go down there and do the thingy? I know you can make it there. But yeah, I would agree. Like, oh, wait, what? Why did I put the? Don't mind me, chat. I'm an idiot. I was like, I remember putting flooring down, but I thought I put that closer to the lava. I didn't realize I put it so high up. Okay, well, gotta deconstruct the flooring. But yeah, it does sound like a successful fort, I gotta say. Got masterpiece mechanisms. Good, good, good. Meaning, God, this. So it's raining acrid goo, which gives horrifying moods, which terrifies dwarves. Which is unpleasant. The dwarves don't like it very much. I would go so far as to say that they hate it. Some Dwarf Fortress players like were creatures for their regenerative abilities. I hate them. Although, they sometimes get entertaining. Collapsing bridge incident? When did I collapse a bridge? Wait, was that the one with the throwing the goblin in the air? Was there another clip that I made? Or wait, was it the fall damage one? Probably was fall damage. If it was a short on YouTube, it was probably the fall damage one. I need a medic one. I was in long death. That up to here. Yeah, fall damage. Need a medic. All right, so we're going to dig up to here, into this cavern layer, and then start chopping down trees. Also, for whatever it's worth, supposedly there is deep metal. And I'm going to get this floor hatch placed on this. And we're just going to stare at this fucker. Because we need to be brutally aware of when bads show up. Because I need cages. Stat. So we're going to make a big old wood stockpile up here. Let's watch this dwarf go all the way down. Comment there from a viewer, so funny. Yeah, I'm like weirded out that people on YouTube don't just get mad when you upload shorts now. Like, for a while there, people just got really pissed when you'd upload shorts, but now people seem to have gotten used to them. So, I don't really have any blocks yet. Look at me. I keep on thinking this dwarf's on fire. It's mechanic. You still get pissed? Fair enough. People don't get publicly pissed anymore. It's just TikTok on YouTube, so it's TikTok, but like better in every single way, shape, and form. Well, do I think it'll take another year for the Steam release? No. I can't give you like an actual release date because I don't know. But it won't take another year. I can tell you that because it's literally playable. The only reason it's not out already is because they had to go back and redo all of the art. That's the only reason. Otherwise, it would be out already. And you gonna start responding again, game? You know, since I forgot to put seasonal saving on, I'm actually just gonna put a hard save on here. Give the game a sec. I mean, I upload maybe 2 a month when it comes to shorts, so I don't think I'm sinning too heavily. They didn't have to redo all of the art. So the artists that were brought on initially was Mike Mayday and Patrick Meff, right? So Meff and Mayday. Mayday did all the initial designs, did all the concepts and the initial designs, and Meff's job was to replicate them with variants, right? So Mayday was brought on for the shortest period of time, worked on it for about 1.5 years, did all of the art designs and everything, as far as I know, and did all the designs for the dwarves and all of the clothing layouts. And then Meff had to be let go from the team due to concerns of what's the word that I'm looking for here? Due to concerns of art theft, because he was taking color palettes from other artists, and there was allegations of some of the art being traced, some of the blood splatter and stuff, which largely plagiarism. That's the word I'm looking for. Which largely I think was actually like the fault of Kitfox for hiring him in the first place. But anyway, regardless, they had to let him go. So they let him go, and then they brought on an artist named Carolyn, who is an artist not particularly affiliated with the Dwarf Fortress community, and they brought on Jacob, who goes by Iron Hand in the Dwarf Fortress community. Iron Hand made the Iron Hand tile set, and they had to redo all of his variants. So all of the workshops, all the bins, everything that was a variant from the original pitch designs. Also, they were planning on doing a repass over a lot of the art anyway, so a lot of those designs had to be redone anyway. So they had to redo all of the variants, all of the creatures, because that was Meff's job originally, was the animals. So they had to redo all of the creatures. They had to start from scratch on the bases of the Forgotten Beasts that they'd started. They had to redo. It's literally thousands of sprites for just the dwarves, right? So it sucks, but it is what it is. What is this? Oh yeah, that. I don't know if that's gonna be a tile set. I don't know what Vordak does. Vordak does that so every so often he'll be like, here's like 50 dwarves, and then never releases anything. But they always look great. But anyway, yeah, so that's why they had to redo all of the art. I don't know them. I know the name. I've seen their posts before. But yeah, no, that whole situation really, really sucked. That's all it really comes down to. It just really sucked. But yeah, that's why it's not out yet. Otherwise, it probably would have come out in October. Because all that they're waiting for is variants. But I think it's like as of the 25th or something of this month, Iron Hand Jacob is moving. So if the tile set and art isn't done by then, I don't think it'll be out this year. I think it'll be out early next year. But if the tile set's done, which they've been very coy about and quiet about, which it might be, all of my information is like as of PAX. So as of PAX, it wasn't done. But if it's done, then we might get something that they're bringing. Just wish that we could build walls and floors the same way you dig. Oh, what, click and dragging? We'll be able to do that with premium. All right, wood cage. 30. Let's just queue up 30 wood cages. Started working on those blocks. Yes, we have. This fortress is tiny. I started this fortress like 6 hours ago. Like the surface level of this is just up here. And then this is the whole fortress. This fortress is itty bitty. And 17 dwarves. Because like I said, this fortress is tiny. You should go watch the VODs for Stonewater. Do you finally start doing things? You've been doing things for a bit. What are you talking about? There was like a very brief period of time there where you were just kind of standing around depressed, but you're back. You seem to be fine now. I just have to stare at the bottom to make sure that creepy crawlers from the lower cavern layers don't suddenly start showing up. Because we're down here chopping down trees. Grabbing items. Oddly quiet for right now. I'm basically just going to wall off that side, and wall off top side, and then put cage traps down here, which I should be able to do now. Please name a cat after you. I literally can't do that. Otherwise, I would gladly do that. The dwarves, well, actually, I think the cats inform the dwarves of what their names are supposed to be when a cat is claimed by, when a cat claims a dwarf, right? So you don't like say, okay, cat, you're going to be a pet now, and then a dwarf picks a cat. No, when a cat claims a dwarf as their pet, then the cat informs the dwarf of what their true name is, because cats are primeval and demons. And all demons have true names. So once a dwarf is informed of the cat's true name, then the dwarf communicates that to the rest of the fortress, and then the cat assumes that name. So no, I cannot give you a cat, unfortunately. Unless you are a demon with a true name. And I'm pretty sure you're not, so no offense. Pardon me if I'm assuming here. You don't like tile sets. I'm using a tile set right now. You didn't realize this game was so realistic? This is although, jokes aside, cats are the... Oh, hungry heads. Cats are the most advanced animal AI in the game. That's not a joke. That's just kind of a fact. Okay, where did those hungry heads go? Really hope that they just fuck off. Don't you dare go in the fortress. Critters. Over there on the top side. Oh, you haven't watched that many of my videos then, Remo. Yeah, you just change an option in the options menu and you'll be able to enable ASCII, as it should be. Means there's only 2 hungry heads. But yeah, actually, it's kind of funny. With most animals, you can be like, available by pressing enter on them, which makes them available as pets so dwarves can claim them. Whereas cats in Dwarf Fortress just pop up as uninterested. So if they're uninterested in claiming an owner, or claiming a pet, I guess, they just kind of chill. Always be entertaining to me. Let's actually... way too many jobs happening. I mean, also the game with the new interface with just ASCII and then the old music will be available for free on the website too. So not only will the ASCII version be available in the paid version if you want it, as well as all the fancy modded tile sets if you want those too, but also the currently free version will still be free. But this is a tile set. This is not what the vanilla game looks like. Which is why when I pause and I jump up to like this layer, and actually a little higher, jump up to the fortress. You will update both versions? Yep. We have like little sprites for things. We have like these tiny little walls. So instead of them just being equal signs and hyphens and things, they're actually walls. We have little chests. Little beds have little stands and a tiny little pillow. Tables are the same way. They kind of look like tables. We got little jugs. You know, this is a tile set. And just because someone isn't currently using something doesn't mean they don't like it. Don't ever assume that people don't like something just because they're not currently doing it. I like variety. I just don't generally play like sprite-based tile sets because I find them difficult to track. Space Fox is a tile set. Currently, we are using the Turgil tile set, which is also a tile set. I don't like Space Fox. I think it's ugly as shit. We're using this one right now. It is also a tile set. You know? This is a tile set. Tis not vanilla. There is somebody streaming with Spacebox right now. Looks Nordic. I just like the way this one looks. But this isn't my normal tile set. I use a different one generally. I use one that's a modified version of Krug Smashes for most of my stuff. But this is my limited run Halloween fort. I like to change it up a little bit for Halloween. Give you mechanics as well, Mr. Necromancer. Those raven corpses are scary. Gonna need like 30 traps. At least the hungry head's fucked off. That's good. But no, if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't matter what tile set you use. And I'm at that point. Like, it really doesn't matter. It takes me maybe 10 seconds to get accustomed to it, and then everything just looks like Dwarf Fortress. You don't have the logs anymore. Should you just expel anyone? Oh, you mean like for were creatures? I mean, that's your call. You could also just like, another thing you can do is you can just hit Q, and if you have a lot of doors in your fort, just lock every single door. That'll kind of contain chunks of the fortress, and then when the infection rolls around, you can just like point and laugh hysterically at the ones that get caught in with the were creatures, and then pick up the pieces the next morning. That's probably what I would do, honestly, at that point. Although it depends on how attached I am to that fortress. Hey, a ghost. Who is it? It's Tele. Hello, Tele. Uh-oh, Tele disappeared. Sounds responsible. I mean, it'll work. I don't know about it being responsible. We've witnessed our first spooky ghost, chat. Time to jump up and down and scream. A guttural call of fear. It's raining more acrid goo. Voracious cave crawler, hey? There's a voracious cave crawler on top of Cyrolac right now, which basically means Cyrolac's dead. Seems to be running. Cyrolac is afraid. His right upper leg is bruised. Okay, that's not even that bad. And cut open. How about the cave crawler? Its tail is cut open and its tail is bruised. Okay. We've also got a Rolf who ran by. Seems to have gotten a pretty bad cut on his upper arm. Yeah. Rolf seems to have gotten a cut. And Cyrolac is downed. The carpenter screams, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. I was attacked. I'm really starting to panic. Uh-huh. I've been wounded. That's very annoying. These injuries, it doesn't scare me. The voracious cave crawler bites the carpenter in the upper arm, tearing apart the muscle. And meanwhile, Kodiak and Jam are running down to help. Follow Kodiak. Coming down to kill the voracious cave crawler. As long as it's mangled, we shouldn't have any problems with zombies. Keyword is as long as it's mangled. God, it's so fucking... There's a Gorlak. See? It's a Gorlak. Jumps on it, and I think it's dead. Yep, killed the voracious cave crawler. There's now a voracious cave crawler. Is it mangled? No. Okay. Well, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Actually, hold on. 1, 2. I'm going to... Priority number 1, dig down here. Priority number 1, dig down to there. So they're going to dig down 2 levels. And get that corpse dumped. Axes and halberds are good at killing stuff. Well, halberds are not makeable by dwarves. You have to edit your raws to allow dwarves to use them. But anything that mangles. And you don't want things that cut. So yes, that is accurate. Although currently, it literally doesn't matter because I have no way of constructing stuff. Okay, well, currently my miner is terrified because there's a ghost on top of him. I'm gonna deal with those ghosts for right now. Come on. A restless haunt, generally troubling. Past acquaintances and relatives. This spirit has not been properly memorialized or buried. Yeah. Horrified after being haunted by a dead friend. F's. Kindred spirit. Damn. What a shame. Okay, and also it seems like we were able to get Rolf and Cyrolac into the hospital. Her leg is cut open. Our necromancer is doing the diagnosing as he should. Meanwhile, my poor Mist Runner is just sitting here being horrified on repeat. Can someone, like, construct those buildings, please? There you go. This'll deal with it. How do you predict if a weapon will mangle or cut? You don't. But you don't really want swords, because those are the most cutty of the weapons. Oh, did I not memorialize tailing? I guess I didn't. Swords are great, they just make a huge mess. Okay, it's the one dwarf I haven't memorialized yet. That's not true. Three that I haven't. Well, this is great. At least the voracious cave crawler hasn't walked away yet. We're just dead. This is not very useful, Dwarf. Need someone to do this now. Here you go. You're going to go do it. Perfect. Horrified, horrified, horrified. Yep. Okay. Finally dug down. So this will give us a route directly into the nightmare room. We can dispose of bodies down here. While you engrave that memorial. Not out of booze, am I? Nope. Why are you thirsty then? Okay, let's get Tele's memorial built. Shit. Okay, the voracious cave crawler came back to life. Fortunately, it's walking away from us. Keep an eye on it. Let's follow this undead voracious cave crawler. Because currently, if it runs into here, it'll get caught in the cave traps. Cave traps? Cage traps, assuming. Crap, no, I haven't actually started making wooden cage traps. Alright, because I deconstructed the carpenter's workshop at the top and I haven't built a new one yet. Time to make a new carpenter's workshop. At least my doctor seems to be doing a, like, relatively decentish job. Gonna need water, though. Voracious cave crawler corpse is just chasing this poor Gorlak. Ghostly miner's been put to rest. All right. Just gonna put a piece of flooring on top of that. Dig across to that. They're gonna cancel it halfway. I don't think do hammers mangle? I don't think they do. I just speak extraordinarily fast from time to time, Soul Shinery. You know, actually, there was a joke for a little bit in my YouTube comments, which has slowed down a little bit because I've made an admirable effort, I would say, to speak slower in my videos, where somebody said, so Real Blind fans have to set the video from 2x speed to normal speed when they watch the update videos because they watch my VODs and they set those to 2 times speed. But somebody was just like, wait, I thought my video was set to 2 times speed, but not. And then it ended for a bit. They're going, Blind speaks at 2 times speed. Real Blind fans watch at 0.5 speed. So for a little bit there was people commenting that. They kind of stopped. Because like I said, I made a concerted effort to slow down, but if I think about what I'm going to say in advance, I can actually speak kind of extraordinarily quickly to a point where it gets a little bit confusing for some people to follow. But for today, I can't even do it that. Today, I can't even do it that fast because I'm stumbling over my own words before I can even actually think about what I'm going to say. And it becomes kind of a problem to a point where I can't do it as well as I used to. I blame the weed. Yes, I know I need cages. Make the goddamn cages. What, like a, what's the thing? I sound like, I know the term for it. Auction house, yes, that. I sound like an auctioneer. Although actually, now that I think about it, if I actually do this the way that I'm currently doing this, it's just going to end with dwarves dying. No water source, yes, I know. Okay, well, we do have a water source. It's just very dangerous to get to, so... It's one of those, like, yeah, just listen to programmers with screen readers. It's literally, they're just bitching about cage traps, by the way. Okay, what do you need? Sutures needs dressing. Okay, why are you hunting, Necromancer? That should be illegal. Necromancer hunting should be very much illegal. No hunting. Do I use sound sense? Do you hear sound from sound sense? I think you could answer that question pretty easily yourself. But no, I don't. I also don't use DF hacks, so. Okay, so you're gonna go grab food, then I'm hoping. No, I'm just playing a video game I enjoy. Lore Waddle... Lord Walled Leopard has been elected to the position of the Sacred Bone of the Doctrine of Fate. I think somebody just died of old age, but not somebody in my fort. Yeah, it wasn't anybody in my fort. Yeah, so somebody in some local place. Anyway, we survived a year. Because we just hit the 1st of spring. Is that an order of necromancer? I don't know. Unlikely. It's just a religion, most likely. We do happen to have a necromancer in the fort, though. Very good doctor. It's because y'all are lazy. That's not sad. Just play the game the way you enjoy. I find those extra tools kind of ruin my immersion, but, you know, you do what you want to do. A reindeer bull has been missing. Fuck. Okay, no, that's been missing for a while. I don't know why I only just got the notification about it, though. Yeah, and I always recommend people don't follow beginner's tutorials. I recommend people follow Krug Smash as your first fortress and don't install DF Hack. You'll learn the game significantly better if you don't do any of that. But no one listens to me, and everybody looks at me like I'm crazy when I suggest that, so. Is what it is. Let's just go from up here. I need access to this water. That's a stupid question that I don't want to answer. I don't think it matters. And I think that there are certain things that it's not like the job of the person who likes playing the game to elaborate on. You're asking me to think or state if I think that they need help. I think that they need the help that they think that they need. If they feel they need help, then the game will be better with more developers. If they don't want help or don't feel they need help, the game won't be better with more developers. I think it's a dumb question. I don't think it's our place to ask. Get some respect for the developers and just let them develop the game the way that they want. And if that's bringing on help, okay. If that's not bringing on help, all right. Considering you've only been playing the game for a week, I don't think you should be troubling yourself with such things. You know, fancy GPS to drive across the country? No, I just think that external tools don't make the game more playable. It makes it slightly less fiddly, but I don't think that that's a benefit. Don't you call me a grandpa. Jeez. Rude. Calling me old. Big me. Load cage trap. Excellent. Finally. I'm just wondering where that voracious cave crawler went off to. As it didn't die, it's still alive. Speaking of... Well, you asked the question, and I said it's a stupid question. So... I get really bothered by people constantly backseating Zach and Tarn and telling them they need to do this, they need to do that. They're the ones making the game. Shut up. If they want help, they can get help. A Dingo Man swordsman is visiting. Okay, that's pretty cool. What's your name, Dingoman? Can't even, like, you just immediately left? That seems wise. But yeah, it genuinely bothers me when I see people asking that, because I get that question all the goddamn time. And it's like, just let them make their game. It should really be that simple. I make a butcher shop, which we should have made a little while ago. Tanner shop. Yeah, and then when they vanish before you can even have a look. Oh shit, I found the reindeer bull corpse. Oh, it probably just like... Oh, pff, never mind, actually. So the Dingo Man got stomped to death by the reindeer bull. Reindeer bull corpse kicks the Dingo Man swordsman in the left hand with its rear hoof, and the attack is deflected by the Dingo Man's small iron left gauntlet. The force pulls the left lower arm, tearing apart the skin. It's like, oh hey, Dingo Man dead. It's not... you know, you can have your takes, but that's not my take. And I vehemently disagree because I listen to these people a lot more often than you. Like I said, you're pretty new to the community. So if you want to have that take, by all means. But I don't agree as somebody who pays very close attention to this community. I think there's a difference between people wanting a game to be better and people having no respect for other people's art. And this is one of those games that falls into that category. If they want help, they can go get help. And there's lots of people that can help them develop this game. If they don't want help, we should stop pestering them. And they've made it pretty damn clear that they don't want help. So I'm not going to speculate as to whether or not I think the game would be better over something that they've made clear that they don't want to do. So I don't think it matters. I think it's ridiculous that people insist on constantly asking me this stupid question, which I'm not even equipped to ask you in the first place. If you want to ask, go ask Tarn yourself on Future of the Fortress, and he will tell you the same thing. Maybe one day. Currently, no. Doesn't matter if I think it would make the game better. Yeah, exactly. They got help with the paperwork side of things. They got help with business side of things, all from Kitfox. They also got artists. You know, they got multiple musicians working on the game. Like, stop asking the question because it's not relevant. Soul Shinery, we're not even in that fortress anymore. We're in a different world, a different fortress. Read the title. We're in a fortress called GraveHarvest that we started this morning. We're in a evil biome, pretty close to an ocean. And other fort has been completely abandoned. It is one of the most common complaints I see about Dwarf Fortress is that they refuse to bring on help, and it drives me nuts. Jess with the Warriors. Hi, Jess. How are you? J-Slug, what up?
Beep boop.
That is a very strange analogy, Dominic. J-Slug, Astro, Andy, Jess, what up? How's things? You guys that know Jess. Jess was playing some RimWorld today. Go give Woe Jess a follow. I'll say Alistair. Hello. You guys went from RimWorld to RimWorld's Grandpappy. Fairly common one among software devs. I've never heard that one before. Once again, proving that I'm not a software dev. It's fitting that we just got a migrant wave because Jess just arrived with an army. And so there's zombies everywhere. Wonder if we have any. Oh man, all the geese left. We had an army of zombie geese up here for a bit there. There was like 12 of them. There's also Anon the Carnivorous Bites. An eyeless humanoid with a pair of branching antennae, black skin, and it is waxy. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Anos Scaleby, the control tomes, after horrible experiments on the human Kobe, toast glass, esteemed pool in the year 178. He is incredibly skinny. You're getting oral surgery tomorrow? Yay? Is that good? Congratulations. Infinity, hello. How are you? Like literally, that's why I said that's a weird analogy because it just sounds completely wrong. I'm legally blind, so I don't know how you could possibly find my Twitch name offensive. I find your statement about my disabilities offensive. But good luck with surgery, Jess. Well, that's a visitor, so it is friendly. Okay. Okay, let's just keep an eye. Okay, well, never mind. There's a zombie in the fort. Almost immediately. That was quick. See if we can cut him up. So if the dogs jump on him, looks like the dogs jumped on him. It's now mangled. Shouldn't be an issue anymore. What else is coming in? There's a pretty mangled dwarf at the entrance. Let's see if we can take him out. He's coming in. We're fighting with him. I think he's downed. Yes, he's in multiple pieces, which means his hand might come back. I actually don't know. This is us trying to let migrants into the fort, so. Okay, there's a yak crawling into the fortress. Okay, where the heck is this yak? There it is. Send my dwarves to go kill this yak, or do their best to go kill this yak. Oh, for fuck's sake. They're just punching it to death right now. And I think one of my military dwarves like immediately died. Looks like they're on top of that yak. Something just went flying. Not even sure what's happening, to be honest. Just a mess. There's this night creature fighting, but he's a friendly guest, so that's lovely. I think we went up to 30 and then immediately dropped back down. Let's just get these dwarves back inside. Just crawl in if you can. Well, you're still alive, allegedly. You're still alive. Probably pretty wounded. Ability to stand lost. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's see if we can rescue you. All right. Well, we were able to get the population up, and then it immediately tanked back down, so there's now just a bunch of dead dwarves in here that are very sus. Sus as in they might become murder zombies. All right, well, we need to make a garbage masher. That's what we need. So let's just do that. We also... Actually, hold on. Let's see, who did we lose? Well, we had to kill a hand twice. That human lasher died. I don't think any other named people died. Okay, Kodiak died. That was the one named dwarf that died. We were able to kill that stupid yak. So now the real question is the person who said that my username is offensive, do you think that they're going to remain lurked for forever, or do you think that they're going to have a follow-up to them finding my name offensive? Dogchild is fighting. A puppy died and came back. It seems to have stopped. So are you going to follow up, or do I ban you? You said my username is offensive. What say you? Yep, there's a lot of cool mods for Dwarf Fortress. They're just hard to find. Inaccessible. Actually, hold up. Did I lock that door? Yes, I did. Turn off this. It's fine because I'm legally blind. Okay, so then are you going to apologize? Like, you literally accused me of lying about my disabilities, right? So either you're going to continue being a fuck or you're going to fucking apologize. The fuck's wrong with you, you fucking weirdo? Clean self, bring crutch. 3. Rest, meditate on hospitality. Oh, well, who's visually impaired now? Jesus Christ. Think about it this way. Think before you speak, right? And if you're going to be an asshole, at least commit. Right? Do your proper due diligence before you accuse somebody of lying. If you want to be treated with respect, yeah. Currently, you're not doing a great job of that. We're good, but fucking think before you speak next time, yeah? Interrupted by a corpse. Brilliant. Did they down it again? I don't even know where that combat's happening at. Okay. I don't see any zombies. Should be okay. Connect that lever to granite bridge. Well, your job is this, right? If you come in and blatantly insult somebody for existing, do them the favor of apologizing afterwards. All right. Now we wait. Considering half of these dwarves are resting right now. Let's give you engineering, that we can get these buildings linked up. Fortunately, they're all close by. I need to deal with all of these corpses quickly. That lever, do it now. Hold it. Perfect. Get all these dumped. Get all these dumped. Get that dumped. That is a garbage dump. Give them a second. Give it a moment. Place the door right there. Sweet. Plenty of items are getting dumped. Bodies are getting removed. Mist Runner is fighting with Ezem's corpse, apparently. Apparently Diamond's corpse is up and walking, which is outside, fortunately. And there's this one, which is all the way up there. Okay, who else is alive then? So it's already down again. How am I able to play this ASCII nightmare of a game when I'm blind? I have my resolution on my monitor scaled down on a very large high-resolution monitor. And practice. Believe it or not, games like this are far easier for me to follow and comprehend than something like Overwatch. Man, snake, white storks, giant white stork leather glove. Well, I need a armor, I guess. I think that's the default one. Also, it's not a nightmare. It's nice looking. And it's very easy to follow with practice. There's an ear in there? Wow. That's just kind of funny. Let's just go in here and remove all this. Dump the corpses. I need to dump all the clothing. Naturally, Caligon. I think a lot of the people watching this stream right now are as well. You get that body removed, please. But no, deciphering this game is no different than deciphering any complicated big strategy game. I mean, playing Dwarf Fortress is like being told to play Civilization for the first time. But if you've never played Civilization for the first time and you jump into endgame Civilization, all you're going to see is just this weird, massive, obtuse nightmare of symbols and shit that you don't understand. That's all that you'll see, right? And that's kind of what playing Dwarf Fortress is like, is you see all the symbols and you go, ah! But if you just start from the beginning, it's no different than playing any other strategy game. You just kind of get used to it after a bit. Water source? We have a water source. What are you talking about, game? Quit lying to me. It's just awkward and far away and hard to get to. But yes, I'm very excited about the Steam release. Yeah, I literally have a water source right there. Stop lying to me, game. No, maybe I don't. Alright, well. Aside from I hit the wrong button. Which is well deserved. I'm excited for the Steam release just kind of in general. I mean, I'm excited for it for, like, selfish reasons, but I'm also excited for it for unselfish reasons. Unselfish reasons being, I'm excited that, like, Zach and Tarn get to make a buttload of money. My selfish reasons is that my YouTube channel will probably grow significantly in a short period of time. Okay, what do you need? Sutures and dressing. Get processed plants going. Well, I mean, I would say more stability, less money. Unrotten plants. Right. Am I out of thread? Yep. Okay. Ideally, yeah. Some. Okay. I'm going to remove mining from your job list, Mist. Give you weaving. Let's give Datan mining. I don't know if he's going to go grab that from you or not, but... Wait a minute. Bag. Plump helmets. Where's all harvest? That makes no sense then. Where's all harvesting then? Why aren't they harvesting? There you go. Sweet. I mean, I can tell you for a fact that that's not true because I can just like start naming people that have stated that they want to play the Steam release but haven't because, or that want to play Dwarf Fortress but haven't because they think it's scary, or they don't think anyone will watch it. That's actually more common, is they just think no one's gonna watch it. So, I would have to disagree with that statement. Cool. Asmongold? Absolutely not. that is pulling at things that like unlikely to ever happen. Trying to just get a consistent water supply up and running. There we go. We can get a well made. No, I think that like your usual suspects of RimWorld streamers will mostly move over. Or not move over, but at least give it a shot. I mean, people like CoCarnage have stated that they'll play Dwarf Fortress once it's released on Steam. So there will be plenty of people playing Dwarf Fortress when it releases on Steam. Also, if I seem kind of flabbergasted, it's because I'm trying to keep this fortress alive, so as well as these dwarves alive. So I apologize if I seem a little bit tense. You came from Age of Empires 2. Really? Wait, like on this stream, or like that was the game that you played before this? So I can get rid of this water out here. We now have this water source, and we're soon going to have a well on that. Dwarf is constructing a building. What, in Dwarf Fortress? If you want to build your city with more time... Oh, I understand. You were trying to play Age of Empires as a city builder. Interesting. That's how my dad played Age of Empires 1 back in the day. We just set the enemy factions as neutral and then just build a city and like harvest all the resources on the map. And then he realized he was just like completely wasting his time. He stopped, which is still kind of funny to me. You sound like you would really like Songs of Six, actually. But same experience there. What, you had a dad that like picked the game up, refused to play. Oh shit, you got infections. Okay, so I don't have any weavers. I don't want Huxley. I don't have enough dwarves right now. Okay, give it to you. Why are you so slow? You might be on a crutch. You are, in fact, on crutches. Thanks to Credit Smash. I first found Dwarf Fortress in about 2009 because I was playing a lot of League of Legends, or not League of Legends. I was playing a lot of Dota and Counter-Strike at the time. And a friend of mine was like, hey, I should try this video game because I was looking for something to play while I was in queue. And I was like, what is it? He goes, it's a game about building a fortress for dwarves. I was like, all right. And I downloaded this and extracted the zip file and did all the basics, and then very quickly realized that I had absolutely fucking no idea what I was doing. And then it was a process of install the game, forget about the game, 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 try a little bit, get a little bit further every single time. Just kind of ad nauseum for a very long time until I finally got decent enough that I was able to play it. Okay, so we're weaving thread into cloth. But I need my doctor. Oh shit, I actually have a second necromancer. Alright, you dumb meditating on death dweeb. I'm gonna give you very important jobs like farming, plant gathering, and plant processing. Go give somebody stitches, please. This early access? No, this is an alpha. So early access is a Steam brand for games that are not finished. Of course, this game isn't finished. But no, it's not early access. Early access is Steam's branding for games that aren't finished. Have you ever wanted to get into game dev? Absolutely zero fucking interest whatsoever. If I wanted to get into game dev, I would have gone into game dev. No, I wanted to get into talk radio. That was my dream job when I was like a little kid. Was I wanted to work in talk radio. Okay, so I got one dwarf still lying down. There, two are back up and functional-ish. No food available. What? That can't be good. I mean, no, I've achieved that dream, but at least in the format that I wanted to achieve it. No, I didn't. Puppies are delicious. Let's also eat those llamas. I'm not sure what they're trying to give food to. Oh, I know what they're trying to do. They're not pastured. Problem. Okay. Why do you ask though, Rhina? But yeah, no, my brain is like a sieve for programming stuff. I've never... Yeah, and that's part of the allure of Dwarf Fortress, though. In regards to this game probably never being finished. KV Pup has been missing for a week. Is there a zombie KV Pup outside? Nope, but the geese are back. People are talking about like 4 different games in chat right now. It's kind of a nuts. Apparently like a lot of livestock have randomly died. But no, Dwarf Fortress is not early access. Dwarf Fortress is the original crowd-funded indie game. Like, that's legit what Dwarf Fortress is. You know, it's been in development for so long. And it's been crowdfunded as long as PayPal has existed. Okay, there's a spire, like, right there. Maybe we could do some adamantine weapons. That'll help a lot. Eyeball test. Is there any dwarves around here? Nope. Okay, we're locking this trapdoor. So now we're significantly safer. And will remain significantly safer for a while. Yeah, DF has a small speedrunning community, but it's a little silly. It has a speedrunning community kind of in the same way that, like, actually, I don't even know what a comparables game would be. Well, there's, like, two main categories. There's fun percent and hell percent. Fun percent is just you kill all 7 dwarves, which is you have fun. And then hell percent is you dig to hell. I think they're both kind of silly. Not even Minecraft, no, because Minecraft has credits. Like, you can finish Minecraft. You can't finish Dwarf Fortress. You can just end your story really quickly. I'm gonna dig under here and get more moss growing. Do I have nobody set as butcher? I suppose I have nobody set as butcher. Since you're a farmer, you have butchery. I'm actually just assuming that my butcher died. After done planting seeds, of course. So give you butchery. Engraver. Oh, also need somebody with tanning. Be butchery and tanning. Oh, you're a fisher dwarf? Okay, yeah, we need to give you something useful to do. But yeah, no, the fun percent world record speedrun for Dwarf Fortress is like 30 seconds. And I want to say hell percent's like 6 minutes. But I look at those two and I go, I think I could do it faster. Like, I'm convinced I could do it faster. Kitchen, that's what we need. If we're talking about Songs of Six, the current version is, or the paid version is the current most updated version of the game. The demo version is the early access version from about a year ago. So the demo is the full game, but it's the full game from about a year ago. Oh, great. We had a dog skin come back to life. And then we had to kill the dog skin. Human swordsman stabs the dog skin in the left rear leg. Severed part sails off in an arc. They didn't, like, take care of the, Is that mangled skin? Oh, that's distressing. Why would it bother me? The shit's OP regardless of how it's forged. I'm not bothered by a lot of things that I think bother people about management games. Like, I really don't give a shit. And, like, I can't, like, stress that enough. I do not care about craft quality. Does not matter to me. Cage traps. Fortunately, most zombies aren't building destroyers, so I can do some pretty sneaky shit. Do I look like a perfectionist to you? Have you looked at my forts recently? Zombie fighting with a zombie mule? That doesn't matter to me. We're different people, Thurshland. Yeah, I know. But at the end of the day, like, we're different people. We play games differently. Part of the fun of games, in my opinion. That's more than enough. I just needed a... Just needed enough so that we can get some more area down there. Okay. Well, I need to find this supposed deep metal. Because there is deep metal in this map. We're going to go prospecting a little bit. Because we do have meats, we do have drinks. We're okay for right now. But I need some of that there deep metal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a little channel. Dig a little tunnel. Get down with that all the way down to here. And then we're going to, maybe not right there, actually. I lied about that. We are still going to dig a little tunnel, though. We're going to smooth the end of that. We're going to peek through. Because I'm probably going to hollow this out eventually anyway. I love that acrid goo. You know, the last migrant wave, it's like... Last migrant wave we had. We went from 18 dwarves to 30 dwarves back down to 18. Or no, we went from 17 dwarves to 30 dwarves back down to 18. Like, we lost almost as many as we gained. Which is, like, awkward. Means we're going to need a safer method of bringing in newbies. Why don't you just join my Discord and then just talk in my Discord? I want to talk to people about management games. Don't add people directly. Who does that? Just join a server. Chat with everybody on the server. Might actually get you a little further. Especially because it isn't bogged down by details. I don't know. I think I play more roguelikes than management games these days. Yeah, and I hear then there's me where I hate ONI. I think the game's annoying as fuck to play. It's cool, I respect it, but God, don't ever want to play that game again. Fuel? I haven't even found metal yet, so I'm not currently worried about fuel. Although when I do need fuel, it's gonna be lava. Cause screw charcoal. Pain in the dick. I don't know. I feel the same way about ONI as I do about like Kerbal, where it's like, oh, it's only astrophysics. It's like, only astrophysics, eh? Only. Oh, only astrophysics. That's all that it is. Okay, cool. Fantastic. I will move on with my life. Yeah, I don't like using charcoal unless I have to. Like, there's almost nothing you need for charcoal. Yeah, see, I hate math, so astrophysics not easy. Maybe for you, if astrophysics is easy for you, then go nuts. Although one of my mods is literally an actual astrophysicist, so was highly educational. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress has taught me a minor in geology. I'm hoping I see you've discovered silver or something. You know, you say that you're kidding, but deep down inside, I don't believe you. Struck quartz. Brilliant. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Human Bowman is fighting. Human Bowman bites Kodal's corpse in the left hand, tearing the muscle. Zombie's supposed to bite human. Human not supposed to bite zombie. Anyway, the human is having trouble breathing. Sorry, Human Bowman, but I think you're dead. I mean, I know I have a blue house with a blue window. Don't you? That's the reverse zombification method? I suppose. I don't actually think that works that way at all in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I don't think getting bit by a zombie even turns you into a zombie or anything. Started a physics diploma. I think math was hard for you too. I think math's hard for everybody. Some people just enjoy that kind of hard. So this is a string of comments on a video that I'm not going to reference, but I'm very confused by these comments, and I'm curious, chat, if you guys can word out or suss out what this comment means. First comment is salty game. Then 20 minutes later, they commented pretty. Okay. 36 minutes later, they commented, this is all in response to the first comment. If you whole life is irritation, you detect how what is irritating, comma, nuance of irritation. What? Oh, shit. Do I have corpses in my fort? Dog is fighting. Stray dog latches on firmly. Onto what? Kodal's corpse. Right? Who's Kodal? I guess it was this corpse. Yep. And there's bodies appearing. None of my guys died, though. Seems like one of my necromancers is fighting. Or was fighting. There's a dwarf fated corpse. Is that friendly or evil? Oh. I have a bunch of zombies in my fort. I think. No. Hold on. Do I? This seems like a zombie. And this seems like a zombie. So, Athros, congratulations. You're a zombie. I have no idea how they got in. Why is that passable? Did I open that door? I don't believe I did. Unless I just passively did it. Or a ghost unlocked it. Actually, okay. Hold up. Unib's ghost. Ghostly Weaver. Well, we have zombies in the fort now. Stuff your necro raises is friendly? Sometimes. Sometimes friendly, sometimes guest, sometimes permanent member of Fortress friendly. Actually, you know what? I'd be willing to bet. It was that. All right. Well, shit. Okay. What's rotten? Bunch of rotten meat because they didn't prepare it quick enough. I also got a bunch of puppy skulls. I'm sure the kids will love those as toys. Tekid. Hold up. Let me grab you a link to Tekid. If you want a good military tutorial, I'm not the person to ask. But Tekid has a 5-part tutorial on military that's fantastic. There's Tekid. Tekid with a D. No problemo. Okay, Mist Runner, why are you outside? Fighting with a donkey? Okay, so I think that Mist Runner's dead. So half of my dwarves managed to get outside of the fort. And I'll be honest, I have no idea how that happened. Like, I have zero clue how the gate got unlocked. I didn't do it. But the gate got unlocked somehow. So, I'm blaming the goddamn ghosts. For whatever that's worth. But I have, yeah, no idea. A leak? Well, I mean, I guess theoretically. Not spooky. Kind of frustrating, actually. But, yeah, so... Seems like we just lost another dwarf. Boy. Okay, well, let's chuck all this stuff. Jump down. I might just seal off the ceiling entirely. Although I don't think I have any slabs. Did I just die? Fuck if I know, dude. I'm having a really hard time keeping track of who's not dead. Currently living dwarves are DJ Huxley, Rolf, Raz, Brabimo, Wild Peak, Farana, Cyrolac, Thursday, Athros, not Thursday, Athros, Spooky, you're still alive, Fungus, and Listless Onion. Those are the named dwarves that are still alive. How's it going? Shit, terrible. Fuck my life. That's fine. What is rotten? Like, actually. Guess it's the animal fat? Guess I lost my chef again. Is the biome, is it the biome that's making it hard? No. Not really. I'm just really distracted today, but I'm mostly just irritated. No, you fought with an undead donkey. And a undead diamond. As in, like, the person diamond who frequents this chat. No, it's not directly the biome. I'm really distracted right now for a variety of reasons. Oh, apparently Athros' corpse died, which is weird. Ow. You're literally right there. How can you both be missing for a week and also alive and right there? Make up your goddamn mind, game. We're constructing rock slabs again. No, the problem with fortresses like this is I need to be paying like 1,000% attention to the game at all times. And instead of doing that, I'm paying like 90% attention to chat for the last hour. And so suddenly a bunch of shit all happen at once and now I'm mad. But I've built some pretty overly extravagant haunted forts in the past, and damn it, I'm going to do it again. We just need some weapons. And I haven't found metal yet, which is getting a little annoying. So I'd really like to find metal. Apparently there's deep metals, but fuck if I know where. I think I might just go for the candy that's right there. But, like... if I'd found metal by now, this would be a lot easier. Problem is I haven't found metal. And I'm pretty sure I just lost my last pickaxe, because I'm pretty sure the very smart dwarf that just ran out and died had a pickaxe, which means we're fucked. It's that simple. We're fucked. If my suspicion is correct. What I mean by candy, I should stop calling it candy because candy's a stupid thing to call it. Anyway, I mean adamantine. Okay. My mechanic has a pickaxe. What are you doing currently? Mining? No, obviously not. What are you doing? Eating. How dare you? Yeah, but generally when someone says, I'm going to do something, they generally do it, right, Raph? I said, I'm going to make a new fort. Wouldn't it be weird if I didn't? Heavy bleeding. Everything needs cleaning. That's fine. They can't bleed to death if they're zombies, so. Does seem like Rabimo is doing the doctoring stuff. Unfortunately, the water's really far away. I mean, I have now. Question of how the hell are we going to get more dwarves into this fort? Zombie cavies. Yeah, zombie cavie is fighting with a mule. The Caviso corp pushes the mule in the head by bruising the muscle. Pushes the mule in the head, in the lower body, by and bruises the fat. It's nudging him. Very aggressively nudging him. Ah, it's fine, Raph. You're permitted to have a job. Okay, we're constructing rock slabs. Are you not holding a pick? You are holding a pick. Oh, I understand why. Your right eye hurts? Oh no, that sucks. You've watched me for hours more than you played the game. It means a lot, man. It really does. Let's go peek that way. Actually, this is even closer, so let's just go directly. Why do humans keep visiting? They're just filling out the zombie problem on the surface. Actually, hold up. Yeah, literally, nothing's public either. They're just people that want to stay here as monster hunters. They come to die, and it's very inconvenient. They're feeding the enemy army. Quite literally. Speaking of feeding the enemy army, some migrants have arrived. Now, okay, hold up. Can I even let them in? Or will they just die? Or faded corpse. Are you a friendly faded corpse? Okay. So I have one dumb corpse that's just hanging out in here. There's a... Jesus, actually there's so many dead animals. Diamond's corpse. Okay, how many of these have... cages? Okay. Let's just do this. I'm going to dig through this on high priority. We are going to try and catch as many of these inside as possible. And hopefully some of the dwarves make it in. Also gonna put 2 doors in there. So essentially what I'm gonna try and do is I'm going to try and lock those doors that these dwarves are installing right there. This dwarf is going to go cut this out, and I'm hoping it's just going to bring as many of the new migrants in as possible. Although I hit that button too early. Come on. Let's crush that. That lever again. Don't mind the ghosts. Hey, audio.
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Alright. Oh, tame goose was found dead. That's good. So they're all just like gathered around up here. Oh, they come flying in. There's a zombie reindeer bull that comes flying out of nowhere and starts fighting with them. I just need you guys to get inside. Bunch of zombies. Okay, they're just like slaughtering all of them. That's not good. Let's just lock all the dwarves inside. Hopefully more of them run inside. And any ghosts or evil zombies just get caught. This is a friendly zombie, okay? Who, because they're a friendly zombie, they will perform basic labors. Okay, another one made it in. 2 more appeared to have made it in. Servesh, this dwarf, is just having an absolute panic attack. Cannot breathe, and their ability to grasp is lost. Hopefully they climb past. More are getting caught in cage traps. We've got at least 3 cage traps so far, at least 4 cage traps. That's a friendly zombie once again. Servesh, the fishery worker, was found dead. All right, gotta dump your corpse. Otherwise, you are going to be a problem. You know what? Let's just lock these doors. And just go this way. KV corpse? Okay, so I'm just assuming that we now have 19 dwarves. Also, if anybody wants to be a zombie, I do have an unnamed friendly zombie. Who killed Abyss Joys, the Radiant Pool of Mouths, the zombie yak cow in 254. Who doesn't feel anything. But is praying. Okay, so you know what I'm actually going to try and do? I'm going to try and wall this off. But I'm going to try walling this off with not out-of-sight blocks. Do I legit have, like, no blocks? You for a fucking real game? Suppose I don't. Oh, wait, actually, I think I know why. Because these are forbidden. Okay, so I'm going to set these as passable. Try and wall this off. There we go. That makes sense now. And this guy right here, I'm going to dump your corpse. Is it mangled? No. Okay, so we need to pay attention to it. Are you going to surprise come back to life? I'm inaccessible. That's not a good sign. Coming to get him. So here come more zombies. Are you friendly? That's Athros. Athros is friendly zombie. Okay, Athros comes flying back in. There is a very, very scary guinea pig corpse. Actually, no, is there anybody even in this squad? No, there's nobody in this squad. Around here, you guinea pig. Guinea pig alpogus. Got him. Okay, sweet. Can I unsuspend these works now? Here comes another zombie. Is this one friendly? No. Non-friendly zombie spooks dwarves. It's locked in cage. Okay. This is good. This is what we want. Also, investments are open, by the way. Okay, we're trying to remove those cages. We're trying to put new cages in, and we're trying to build that wall there. Here comes another zombie. This is a nanny goat. It's funny, they're not supposed to be able to come back if they're mutilated, but anyway. It's done, so we're now good for the time being. I'm going to seal this off with whatever. It doesn't really matter. All right, so for current times, we are in an all right state currently. What we need to do next is we need to get that set up as like a drawbridge thing. Can I do a brief recap of the stream? I don't know if I can. Chat, can you do a brief recap of the stream? And then I'll try and bounce off you. Sorry, but there's a lot going on, so I'm not great at brief recaps. Kind of got to be here for it, if you know what I'm saying. I need a traction bench. I mean, I can try, but... I just need an intelligent AI to, like, patch together all of the interesting bits from a stream. Let's deconstruct one cage trap. Make some more wood cages. Stuff happened. Dwarves are idiots. Also zombies. Ghosts, zombies, necromancers. Oh my. It's raining goo. We're making a traction bench right now. And a bunch died. And then a bunch died again. I haven't found any metal yet, although apparently there's metal in this biome. This would be much easier if I could find metal. Yeah, that. This would be much easier if I could find metal. I think that's about where I sit right now. Trying to get these bodies engraved, but I don't have enough dwarves. We do actually have some zombies in the fortress. Athros is a zombie. Friendly zombie. Her nose is gone. Although apparently she still has a clear, deep voice. Her toes are kind of fucked up. Zombies are neat because it takes them... They have to request citizenship again because they're like a different person, in air quotes. We also have this zombie, who's Zuggler, who dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and has low self-esteem. But it's okay, doesn't feel anything after getting into an argument. So, like, you know, they still operate as normal members of the fort. They're just... Are all of these zombies? I'm assuming they all are. Llama. Really, llama? This is a superior quality llama, hey? Anyway, I'm just going to dump all of these caged critters. Because I'm assuming they're not friendly. But I'm trying to deal with all of these zombies with no weapons, which makes this very difficult. I'm currently mostly just amazed that I actually have a pick still. I managed to lose my pick twice. Also, this is gonna happen inevitably, so don't just try and keep up, chat. But we're below 1,000 subscribers again. We're not gonna stay above it, especially when we hit like like 2 weeks from now. But that trap tunnel worked pretty well, at least so far. Let's just make more rock mechanisms. Make 100 of them. Just queue them all up. Where's the dwarves sleeping? Set up a traction bench. And a container. But TLDR on this fortress, now that things have calmed down a bit. We embarked in this evil biome. It's raining goo. It's a resurrecting biome, so anything that is not mangled when it dies will come back to life, including skin or hands or an arm. Think like Pirates of the Caribbean 1, where like the arm gets chopped off and he like traps it in a bin and throws it in the drawer and sits on the drawer. It's like that kind of shit. So it's fine in theory, aside from the fact that there's a lot of zombies just up on the surface that kill anything that show up, and then they become zombies. So now we've got like this self-perpetuating issue where everything that doesn't say is caged here is largely like possibly a zombie. And the problem with zombies is they're just as strong as that creature normally would be, except add the fact that they never become exhausted. So you have like these indefinitely able to fight creatures that only get stronger, really. And their numbers will only grow. One of the issues that I have with this biome right now is I've got these adventurers that want to join my fortress, which are great. The problem with adventurers that want to join your fortress in a reanimating evil biome is they'll never actually join your fortress and instead just slowly add to the number of zombies on the surface. So I need to find weapons and something to deal with them, but I haven't been able to do that yet because I haven't found any metal. So I'm digging around and peeking around and trying to find metal, but I've just found milk quartz, which is not metal. So I don't know. Supposedly there's metal in this fortress, but let me know if you see any. Can you make paladin dwarves? I mean, I don't understand the question. Can you make military dwarves with paladin-esque weapons like maces? Absolutely. Can I currently make paladin dwarves? No, because I have nothing I can make into weapons. Like, what? Could you take a religious dwarf and give them a weapon? Absolutely. Is that a paladin? Sure. Are they officially called paladins? No. Heal the zombies? Thanks, Dad. Is it possible to make dwarves that exercise the undead? I thought you played this game, but no. I mean, like, you can play slabs, which get rid of ghosts. That's about the closest you can get to that. No, once something is a zombie, it has to be mangled. Meaning you need a strong military and weapons, and I don't have either of those things. Unless it's a friendly zombie, which I have 2 of them. 3? 2 of them. Yeah, 1, 2. 2 of them. Which were resurrected by one of my 3 necromancers, actually. I've got 3 of them. So, like, this is a zombie, but it's a friendly zombie. Which means it hangs out and socializes, and then it can eventually join the military and stuff, but currently can't do any of that because they haven't been in the fort for a year because they're treated like new fortress members. But no, there is no easy solution to the undead. I need to systematically slowly kill them one by one, get them off the surface, but there will always be zombies spawning at the edges of the map, so there really isn't a solution to this. The thing that I'll say is the thing that I always say when we do forts like this, and then surprise Pikachu, it's hard, is no, there really isn't a way of making this easier. This is just going to be hard. And we got a pretty manically mean fortress currently. I also don't have much food, which has me weird, like, kind of super worried. Let's just harvest some of this. So no, we have to mangle zombies, but what I'm doing is catching them in those cage traps there, and then crushing them under a drawbridge. 2 friendly undead. So so here's the way it works as I understand it. If you have a friendly necromancer that is in your faction, right? And one of your characters dies. So one of your dwarves or one of your humans or a friendly character to you dies. It's like what seems to be like a 40% chance they'll be hostile and you have to kill them as a zombie. 20% chance they will be an intelligent undead, meaning they are a friendly, I don't know what the actual percentages are, but this is just from my experiments. A friendly undead, which is intelligent, which will eventually join your fortress and just be a normal dwarf, but they never have to sleep, never have to eat, and have no emotions. So they're basically just a drone. Or they will just be a friendly undead, where they just kind of hang around and never join your fortress. They're like a permanent guest, basically. There's no way to convert zombies or anything. It's like a chance roll of the dice, per se. Sure, whatever you want to call them. Squatter, guest, village idiot. Man. An old friend, deceased. Doesn't really matter what you want to call them. What matters is, it's not easy. That's what matters. I want to be able to let these visitors in without letting these zombies in, but these visitors are just going to keep adding to the casualties. All the while you're also trying to build a fortress and manage it so that they don't run out of food. You know? So it's kind of like, here's everything. Do it all right now. Go. Good luck. I don't even have, like, weapons. Which is, like, the worst part about this right now is I haven't managed to find any metal yet. Basically what happened was yesterday we tried to start a Halloween fortress, right? And we got a very, very easy, uninteresting biome. Today, we actually got a Halloween fortress, but instead of getting a very, very easy, uninteresting biome, we got the exact polar fucking opposite. We got this human named Kaslun dueling with Fath, who is an unarmed zombie. And we've got this warrior who appears to be a legendary warrior. Seems to be doing all right, actually. Yeah, just beating the shit out of this thing. Jam the skull through its brain and teared its brain. Unfortunately, it doesn't need a brain. Killed it. God damn. Well done. Well done to this human maceman. I want this human maceman in my fort. So let's build a quickie side fortress. You're making mechanisms. Love a manager. Oxley, go do your management job. Oh, it's because you're too busy mining. Turn you off from mining. I really wish I could give you mining. Can't wait until they join the fortress. Nobody taking care of patient. What does patient need? No treatment scheduled. Okay, so we're just waiting for him to heal then. curse it, you're awake. It's been a day, Stone. It's been a day. That Maceman's still alive. Okay, so there's a Lasher and a Maceman. I would love those two to join the fort. Don't have enough mechanisms. I need 2 mechanisms. Let's just deconstruct 2 of these. Well, regardless though, welcome back, Stone. But, it's kind of dealing with a lot. You connect to the slate bridge. Use 2 mechanisms. As you can see, it's, I can't remember when you tuned out today, Stone. You know how the previous haunted biome was like, man, kind of didn't get any of the cool haunted features. This time we got all of them. Like, all of them. Okay, so that's now connected. Let's dig through this on the highest priority. Okay, so the mechanics should come up here and dig after they're finished digging whatever they're digging. There you go. All right, well, here. For anybody who actually hasn't seen it, because I haven't done this in a while, this is the map that we're on. It's cool as hell. It's got this spirally-ass river in the middle that you can sort of see. It's raining blue goo. Everything is covered in blue goo. The fortress itself is mostly this tiny little thing, because I very quickly lost all of my miners due to an oopsie. And I've been trying to reacquire my picks. But turns out that that's not easy to do. Let's just let these dwarves in. Where are you going? Oh, you're... I mean, I respect the fact that you're going to go fish dwarf that I can't control. Dwarf zombie that I can't control. But this is a really good way to die. Okay, there you go. You turned around. You have to pick up equipment. That doesn't seem wise. I don't even know where you're going. Hope you got what you needed. Okay, why exactly are you guys, like, refusing to just stay inside? Why is that so difficult? I legit just need you guys to stay inside. That's it. Otherwise, you're all gonna fucking die. I mean, like, there's undead geese, like, around the front door. That's probably why they're refusing to go inside. It's because of the undead geese. Sirlac, get back inside, or you are dead. There you go. Just get inside. Come on, Sirlac. Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside. Quit dueling with the frickin' zombie geese. You idiots. Otherwise, you can join them. Unfortunately, it looks like Sirlac's joining them. Dwarves are very good at that, Callingun. Oh, no, come on. Come on. Oh, God damn it, he fell asleep. They can't really do much damage to him. hoping that someone's coming to... Can come out here and just like, okay, there you go, you woke up. Here comes everybody. Let's go help the guy, you fucking moron. Alright, that's it. Cyrolac, do you have any combat ability? Competent swords dwarf. Alright, Cyrolac, congrats. You're joining the military for a second. Fight these geese. Seems to have killed at least 2 of them. Killed 2 zombie ganders. Alright, well. Haven't lost anybody yet. Get inside. Please just get inside. I don't actually think anybody died that time. Okay, well, you need to go rest. We desperately need food. Like, desperately. Half the fort's dying of hunger right now. Right, well, let's just pull this lever. Someone please come over here and pull this lever. Anybody. There you go. Can now turn this off. Drawbridge is shut. Jump down to the 3rd cavern layer. Unforbid this. Gather plants. Oh shit, never mind. Can't even do that. There's zombies in there now too. Great. What even is that? Reacher corpse. Elkbird, Elkbird. Yeah, literally in every way. But I'm trying my damnedest. Let's slaughter those 2 yaks and stomp their skins to death once we slaughter them. Yeah, we can't go into this cavern layer anymore, unfortunately. Okay, well, we're going to slaughter a yak bull. Just so that we don't die. Wouldn't have wanted a 3rd attempt. I mean, we might need to do one. Alright, so. Cyrolax over here. It's your treatment. Cleaning, cleaning, sutures, dressing, cleaning. Well, I can't go there again. It's not that I don't want to go there again. I want to go down there, but I need a military. That's the problem. Outpost liaison has arrived. Well, that's unfortunate. The outpost liaison has died. All right, well. Let's jump into the fortress. Let's pull that lever. Pigtails, no seeds. At the very least, we're growing plump helmets. All right. Let's see, does the outpost liaison make it into the fort? That is the question. And are the others even coming into the fort? Yeah, it looks like they are. Okay, so we are actually getting traders this time. I can sell them emeralds. That's about it. Hopefully zombies don't intercept. Let's see if they make it into the fort, chat. Fingers crossed. Round of beers for these traders. Let's see if they make it. If they make it, we will be in a good spot. Here comes the outpost liaison. It's 1. I have 2 cats that desperately want to go out onto the meeting committee, so I guess I will permit them to be cats. No combat so far? we have traders. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Oh, if only you knew. These aren't humans. This is the mountain homes. Oh, you mean the humans that are in the fort? Those are just random, like, monster slayers that have shown up. We've gotten a few of them. To the point where, like, I figured that if I were to open my tavern up, we'd just get flooded. This seems to be a very active part of this world. Like, very active. Yeah, definitely a good place for it. They've gotten to kill many chinchillas. Maybe not chinchillas, but... So, oh, also, this fortress is populated by a lot of zombie geese, which are absolutely terrifying, I'll have you know. There is much to share. Information has been added to Civilization and World Info. What request do you have of our merchants? I think I'm gonna need cheese running tonight. Shields. Maces. Battle axes. Warhammers. Iron. Zombies? Maybe, I don't know. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. They really want seeds. And DJ Huxley, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But yeah, we have 3 necromancers, one of which is completely insane and just like running around with an exclamation point above his head. I think just went nuts on the way into the fort, which is kind of hilarious, actually. So he's just going to be running in circles for all eternity. So, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I do a thing. Forbid. I'm going to forbid everything in my fort too for a second, but that's fine. Wait, no, not down. Up. Forbidding everything on the surface. Then I'm going to jump down into here and I'm going to claim everything that's in my fortress. Manually. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I, streamer, won't have any of my dwarves running out in the middle of fuck God knows where. To pick up stuff. Interrupted by bullskin. Oh no! Not the giant foreskin. Where is it? See it. Anyway, it's now dead bullskin. Let's just put meat in there, too. Oh. Well, that's fantastic. The Forgotten Beast, Othmu, has come. A giant humanoid composed of snow. That's fine. It has a round shell and it squirms and fidgets. Spooky. Slap it to death. Also, who's the hero who killed the foot? The Stonecrafter punches the Akbull skin in the head with his right hand, bruising the skin. I must withdraw! Well, good for you. You got it. Where's our shovel team? I know, right? Emerald. Gonna bring emeralds. Hopefully get some weapons from them. Is your dwarf still alive? I don't think so. No. Rip in peace? Yeah. Kodiak, Tolus, Tele, Mistrunner. Actually, I don't see you. Maybe not? Huxley, Rolf, Raz, Wild Peak, Farana, Cyrolac, Athros, Spooky. Yeah, you're dead, but I don't know where you are or what happened to you. Othmu's name means hollow. Did your room get sealed off? No. Well, here's the thing. So many things have died in so many random places, and I don't know where they are that I know. But no, I haven't sealed a single room. Okay, let's just do this. This font's a little hard to follow in places. I need picks. I need swords. I need picks. Armor is great, but I need shields primarily. Low boots, sure. Those are cheap. And shields. Helms are also useful. They didn't really bring me too much. Bronze short sword. Smith bronze. Silver, sure. Iron. What are swords? Hey, better than nothing. At this point, honestly, I'll take almost anything. Let's take those anvils, just the iron ones. And let's take the food. Let's see how much money we have. Okay, still got another few thousand that we can spend. But no, your room didn't get sealed off. I'm not sealing off anybody's rooms. What probably happened is you're just dead somewhere, and I'm not sure where you ended up. So it's been a stressful day, okay? You're gonna have to go easy on me if I'm not as accurate about the game as I usually am. Might as well buy those splints too. Let's see how stingy we can be. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. Also, let me check again. What the hell happened to you? Doesn't help that there's like named geese too. No, this is as hard as Dwarf Fortress gets. The only way that this could be harder is if the dead was walking. But the dead don't walk, hide while you still can. They're just here already. Kodiak died. Yeah, I have no... Oh, no, there you are. I see. You just snuck in with the rest of them. There you are. Okay. But, I mean, on the plus side, just get stuff hauled. Buildings being constructed. I'm not even sure what we're constructing. Oh, I see all of the slabs. You went to get coffee for tomorrow and you're already dead. Guess you shouldn't go next time. And trust me, life expectancy in a biome like this is very low. Also, Raz is getting mining. Go pick up equipment. Some migrants have arrived. Well, that's exciting. Let's see if they make it into the fortress. They theoretically should. Chat, I need you guys to give a round of beers to these lucky, brave morons who may or may not make it to the fortress right now. If we could just get like a wave of like 30 migrants, hallelujah. Life would be so much easier. Aside from the fact that I have way less food, but come on, run, 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 run. Run, you idiots! Get into the fortress, you dum-dums! You just need to make it to the tunnel. That's full of traps. Come on, you boys. Put your butts into it. Hey, they made it. 1, 2, 3. Goose. Shit. 4. Okay, come on. Quit panicking, you child. How dare you be caught in despair and horrified upon seeing a bunch of dead bodies and being covered in noxious ooze. I'm sure you'll be fine. Although, for whatever it's worth, I will absolutely just, like, rename people when they... Oh, no, not another cow skin. Is it dead? Okay, cool. Seems like the Stonecrafter, Kel, punched it in the head, bruising it. And he screams, I must withdraw. I have a part in this. This might require an answer. I've been attacked by the dead. I'm not upset by this. I must withdraw. I must withdraw. I must withdraw. I must withdraw. I pray to Zeph Umbilicus. And it is worrisome. I must pray. Yeah, mood. Get in here, boys. Haven't seen any zombies yet. All right, currently up to 29. Just in time for trouble. Interrupted by cow hair. Oh no, whatever shall we do? There's cow hair in there. Let's send Cyrolac in with his pointy stick to go stab the hair to death. I think they're both dead already. I didn't even see who hit them. Stonecrafter Kel again punched the yak hair in the right front leg. The severed part sails off in an arc. This is one way to really increase your kill counts in Dwarf Fortress, is just have like dumb, random body parts like come back to life constantly. Like, also apparently this dwarf killed 5 humans elsewhere in Cruel Mirror. Good lord, why did you kill 5 women? Killed 2 zombie yak bulls and 1 zombie yak cow. Oh, I think it was the yak hare. Also, are you like a military dwarf? You're a competent spear dwarf. Join the freaking military, you weirdo. We're not going to leave them stationed, but I am going to get them trained again. I actually have people now that can do that. It's so nice to have 2 miners. Holy shit. Is anybody in the hospital? Nobody's in the hospital! What is this madness? All right, I think all of the dwarves made it in. So, recap briefly. This place is called GraveHarvest. That is true. It is, in fact, called GraveHarvest. If anybody has any questions about the fort, I'm just going to leave it paused for a little bit. We can chit-chat. And then we're going to see if we can actually start constructing a fortress. Because we may have actually achieved something. It's like, yes, this is the list of undead on the map. But we may actually have enough stuff to get some military. Cruel Mirror sounds like a good place to kill 5 humans. Yes, definitely. Does anybody want to be added to the possible body bag? Fortress? Because if you'd like to be added to this fort, now's actually a good time. Because there's a bunch of variety. Let's see. We have 2 children. A peasant. Dreams of mastering a skill. Rarely moved by curiosity. 59 years old. Joins the military. Miraculously. Frog for hire X. Okay. USHRIR. Ushrir. Frog for hire. He is enraptured with communing with Dosim Love Reason. What's that? Oh, hey, your wife's in the fort, by the way. Should let her know. Kodal. You worship a Dosim Love Reason, a deity from the Quakes of Haze. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with truth. You worship the god of truth. I'll check in a second, Stone. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has a clear voice, and his eyebrows are quite dense. His emerald eyes are slightly rounded. His hair is dark tan. His skin is copper. He personally sees merrymaking as a waste, dislikes cooperation, and does not particularly value the truth. Dreams of mastering skill, and you're going to. None that are officially allocated currently. I do have a miner. I am flattered by this, Kodiak. Can you become the serial killer that I just recruited into the military? Which one was that? You mean the Kel who killed 5 humans? I mean, I can't confirm if it's a serial killer. They might be undead, but sure, you can be Kel. Dong Harvey. She didn't feel anything while in conflict. Horrified after being attacked by the dead. Didn't feel anything after seeing a giant yak cow's dead body. Hi, Aqua. What's up? She dreams of creating a great work of art, and she is a... Bitch, you're... 154... Oh, you're a dwarf. Okay. I was like, I thought this was a human for some reason. I was like, 154? That's weirdly old for a human. You were born in the year 100. Does that math? Yeah, that math checks out. She is short and just incredibly fat. She has a low, clear voice, and she has slightly wide-set emerald eyes, have very thin irises. Her nose is quite long, and she's been in 1 billion different factions and worships 1,000 gods. Interesting. Her head is extremely tall, and her hair is dry, and her long hair is braided. Her ears are slightly flattened, and her eyelashes are short, and her hair is white. Her skin is copper. No, you're that serial killer. You got the one that you wanted. I was asking Stone if they wanted to be a miner. So Stone, would you like the miner that's available? She's greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this as she dislikes the natural world. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and does not go out of her way to help others. She personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. And dreams of creating a great work of art. But yeah, we don't know the contexts of those deaths. She may have been attacked. Those might also be zombies. That's the next best, the next best thing. All right, so Logan, Stone, Stony. She feels satisfied at work, but didn't feel anything after seeing a goose's dead body. Neither would I. She is 35 years old, born on the 18th of Granite in the year 219. Her emerald eyes are very wide set. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her nose is broad. Her ears are extremely narrow. Her eyelashes are extremely short. And her head is somewhat short. Her hair is dark tan, and her skin is copper. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects perseverance and respects power. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to think before acting and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And she enjoys the company of others, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She finds this troubling, since she values perseverance. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship. She likes a little excitement now and again, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And is currently mining. All right, let's see what our military has equipped. Once they show up. They're still picking up stuff. Although, are you moving so slowly, Cyrlac? I guess your stuff's heavy. That poor Mitten. Mitten's seen some better days. Also, Stone, your child is here. Adil. Who is content after a bath. And is hanging out by the well. Okay. There's apparently a bug back fighting in the basement. So I guess the question is now. Let's just make more cage traps here, I think. I think that's just what we're going to do. Is just construct more cage traps. As they become available. We're also going to extend this burrow down here. Just a little bit. Gather more plants. I'm also just going to cut out this wall here because there's no reason for there to be a wall here. How deep do you have to go to fight a Balrog? It depends on where... well, actually, it depends on what you define as a Balrog. Define a Balrog. Do you mean Forgotten Beast? Any cavern lair. Do you mean Titan? Anywhere, literally. You don't have to dig to find a Titan. Do you mean demons? You have to dig through an adamantine spire into hell. Do you mean I guess it depends on what you classify as a Balrog. Are you talking about like angels? You have to play adventure mode. A turkey in a cage? Is that a zombie? You see nothing then matrix symbols? Give it a minute. Sometimes Balrogs are just walk around Las Vegas. Yeah, the Matrix is only one color palette. I'll have you know the Matrix tile set is perfectly playable. Also, we have our first mood of this fortress, and it's a child. So, little kitty Adil, who's Stoney's daughter, is running up to the surface. No, like legit, like the Matrix tile, like it's the Matrix font and everything. It is perfectly playable. Even with like the weird green color palette that like it comes with. Here, I can give you a link. I played with it for my birthday. You just can't play without Iron Hand? That's fine. I mean, like, I'm used to using... Oops, that's not the right thread. Hold up. That's the one for the... Should look at which thread I'm linking. Oh, that's not what I want. Here it is. That one. Yeah. It even comes with the colors. Like, it's weird-ass symbols, and it's very abstract. That's... Witcher, are you okay? Really not. Anyway, it's weird-ass symbols, right? But it is perfectly playable. It just takes a little bit of staring at it to kind of go, what the fuck does that... Oh, there we go. Yeah, there you go. I used it for my birthday a couple times. It's kind of hilarious, actually, the way that tile set works. Because it's legit just like a normal ASCII tile set. It's just... The dwarves aren't dwarves. They're like weird, like, circular E things. They're almost like @ symbol stand-ins. But yeah, if you want to unironically make that meme, you can. All right, so we're up to 30 dwarves now. We're going to follow the child. Did you want bars of metal? Pictures of... Actually, shit, we still have traders. Bring the trader back over. Also, what's up, Megalov? Comes our trader. Whenever you get back, there you are. Buy some. Please tell me you brought some. Did you really not bring any metal bars? What kind of self-respecting dwarves are you? Okay. Big meanies are gonna... Yeah, no, they legit brought no metal bars. Okay. I suppose I'm just gonna buy some anvils from you then. I gotta melt down some stuff for this kid. Dwarf in a red dress. Isn't red root dye red? I think you theoretically could do that. You could, like, have an entire fortress of dwarves in red dresses, and they don't care what clothing they wear. I can't turn the burrow off, so... Find me a dwarf that's self-respecting. Your friend's baffled by the algebra and vomit on your screen? See how deep the rabbit hole goes. The new matrix tile set. My favorite thing about that tile set is even the person who made it was like, I made this as a joke and I don't expect anybody to use it. And then I was streaming with it and posted that I was streaming with it on my birthday. And those VODs are on my YouTube channel if you dig. And I was just like, man, this isn't that bad. And the person who made it actually popped in the chat. He's like, holy shit, somebody's using my tile set. What the fuck? Why? It's like, it's fine. It's just ASCII. Took a bit to like discern what was what. To the point where like we actually like stopped playing with it because we deemed it was too playable. For reference, on my birthday every year, which is in June, we play with what I describe as meme tile sets, including a tile set that is made up of my own emotes, a tile set that is actually just my face, a tile set that's all of these dudes from the B movie for some reason, this thing, this thing. It's all just Nicolas Cage's face masked on ASCII characters. Then this one, which was drawn by Animal. This one was like obnoxious because he did the entire font in like an apple, bee, cactus, duck. So I had to like decipher it like Wingding style. That was a headache. So yeah, no, I'm no stranger to stupid tile sets. So when people are just like, man, I need Iron Hand to make the game playable, it's like, you have no fucking idea. Like, just try doing that shit for a bit, and suddenly all of these tile sets will just be easy as hell to decipher. You can't find the actual download link for it? You know, you're not wrong. Where the fuck did they put it? I mean, hold on. Let me just see if I just have the file. I think I might just have it in meme tiles. 2020. Feeling? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Looking to see if I can find a repost of it. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to not be there. Weird. I'll see if I can dig it up from my computer later. Because, like, I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. But I'm not. It was a good stream when you wasn't sleeping. It's been a bit of a chaotic one, but thanks for hanging out, guys. Cheers, man. We'll see you next week. No, I don't think you're being a dumbass. I mean, like, there's definitely been some purges recently where people have removed stuff. Which kind of sucks. You melt items with smelters, right? I'm sorry, what are you blocked by? Oh, that's not the magma smelter. I hit the wrong button. So, for reference, the zombies do have a direct pathway into the fortress now. My dwarves are just simply locked in here. And so I'm crossing my fingers that the zombies just leave us alone. Who got wounded? Oh, probably everybody. People are just, oh, yeah, Some child? And they put him down and he immediately got up. No health problems. Brought to rest in bed. I don't know. Apparently some kid was injured, but doesn't look like it. It is a separate workshop. I just had the wrong one selected initially. They're both in the same menu. I just hit the wrong button. Glanced at the wrong hotkey and hit it. I think that sometimes parents drop their kids and then they get bruising, but usually they've healed before they actually get to the hospital. I think that's actually what happened. All right. Add new task. Melt metal object. All right, I just need a metal object that I can melt. So, to the anvils! So we're going to melt a metal object. The merchants have embarked on their journey. Good luck, merchants. I hope you make it out alive. Hold on a second. Chat room, just look at subscribers screaming if you're in the sub chat on Discord. Oh, also, by the way, speaking of dumb streams that I do, there we go, sweet. That's what child needed. On New Year's, we stream Getting Over It. I'm thinking about adding Trombone Champ to the New Year's shenanigans. I'm thinking, because I was watching the bit of Kiri's VOD of her playing Trombone Champ the other day. I'm like, this is hilarious. So, New Year's Eve is the day that I stream dumb shit. It doesn't matter if it's in the schedule or not. I don't even know what day of the week it is. It's a Saturday this year. Yeah, so I will be streaming Getting Over It and Trombone Champ on New Year's. So, that's the plan for New Year's this year. Okay, so we got a mysterious construction, and it's Stone's Kid. Sportry logs, nethercap logs, tultude logs, and iron bars. Craftsdwarf shop. Wish this kiddo luck. Okay, let's see. What is my military wielding? Bismuth bronze chain leggings, short sword. Okay. And leggings, iron shield, short sword. Sweet. Iron shield. Finally crafted iron shield. Bismuth bronze short sword, which is encrusted with bands of old mudstone. Cabochons. Of all things. Mudstone. Okay. Greaves, finely crafted. And still using a fungi wood crutch. Oh no. Hold on a second. Chat, I just want to shout out the fact that he's wielding the crutch on his back like it's a sheathed weapon. He killed 6 geese, 2 ganders, and a dwarf. With a crutch. Just whack. I love this game. Okay. Considering like his, shield, no kills. Short sword, no kills. Crutch was a blunt weapon. It's a weapon. Yep. All right, let's see if I can smooth all this. All right, let's check in on food stuff. So what I need to do now is I really need to increase our farming industry. That's what we need to do right now. That's not the button I wanted. The gather plants. There we go. I'm gonna plant another farm plot. And another farm plot. Competent crutch bearer. I actually don't know what his skill with crutches are. Man, the goo had time to like dry up a little bit. Look at that. It's time for the endless hail of the nonstop goo to come down. Oh, what are you doing out here? Are you a visitor? Oh, I see. Never mind. These are traders. These are the traders on their way out. Good luck, traders. Don't mind the random dead dwarves everywhere. The stuff outside was goo? Yeah, well, so it's raining acrid goo. This was blue stuff. Pool of acrid goo. It might look like water, but trust me, that's not water. That's acrid goo. Acrid goo, who are you? This has nothing to do with anything, chat, but have any of you guys listened to Raffi in the last 20 years? Raffi. R-A-F-F-I. Kids singer. Play him for your kids. Have you actually, like, listened to his recent stuff? Because, like, he's come a long way from Banana Phone. It's now, like, he's got songs about whales dying. Like, it's kind of depressing, even for me to listen to it. I'm just like, man, modern Raffi is, like, thing. Jesus. Comparison kills me. Do you know how often you get that sigh? Wait, what? Comparison to what? I mean, sounds pretty rad, Christoph. I have to check the newer ones. I'll be honest. Like, current albums from Raffi are like... It's like listening to, like, super chill existential dread. Like, his last 2 albums are, like, like, extremely chill, like, almost, like, super light, like, surf rock, like, very light music that you would give to kids. But you actually listen to it and it's like, wow, this is, like, existential as fuck. So I've been listening to Raffi all week. Anyway, Adil Yushri or Normal, as the dwarven child, who's Stoney's kid, has created Rab Rubal, a spore tree earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Obak. I wonder how you're related to Obok. Well, it's not your dad. Not your grandparent. Neither side. Do you know an Obok? You don't even know an Obok. Okay, well then who knows? Oh, it's because your name's Raph, not Raph. Oh, yeah, I get it. Okay, sorry, time.
This is madness! Madness.
What's up, Hobo? We're at a metal as fuck fort. There's zombies everywhere. Shit sucks. How's things?
Yeet.
It's raining goo, and it makes people crazy. A bunch of kids' songs are actually sad. True, fair enough. I mean, like, they're not, like, something you wouldn't show to a kid, but you sit down and listen to it, and it's like, oh my god. This is a spore tree earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with spore tree, nether cap, and tunnel tube. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron. We've had to kill many human necks already. Pretty good going to infected mushroom next week. Really? Are they touring with anybody funky? I feel like every time I see infected mushroom here, they're touring with Fear Factory, and always makes me do a triple, like, look, going, wait a second, they still Fear Factory still exists? Holy shit. Oh, the last time I saw Fear Factory, it was with Static X, which was equally weird. Especially considering their vocalist passed away. So it's like, it's Static X, but without Danny Static, which is like, why would you even see Static X anymore? And I've seen them like that twice. The poster did not specify whom else is going to be there. I get you. I get you. Also, Hobo, you'll find this amusing. One of my VODs has been one of 4 VODs streaming on, or 4 videos being streamed on the Monument Valley store page, right? Because remember how I streamed Monument Valley? And so I opened it up and listened to it for like 1/10 of a second, and the first thing I hear is your sound command. Sitting there going like, man, I'm a little annoyed that they didn't ask me if they could do that. They just kind of did it, which is fine, but like I prefer they asked me instead of just tweeting at me, by the way, it's on there. And it's just like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what? I can't remember what I said in that VOD. If I said things that upsets them, that's their fault. They didn't check. Because honestly, if they asked me, I would have been like, hold on, let me just like re-record the first half of the game or something, and I'll let you have that. But, you know, if you just want to take my phone without asking, that's fine, too. You might get content you don't expect. That's all I'm saying. This is very funny. Because I can't remember what I spoke about there in that thing, but Jesus. God. Well, on the bright side, booze is a little better now in the fort. I did just bash the game a little. I don't recall I did get pretty annoyed with one of the last puzzles. Because there was a perspective thing that I was tired and I couldn't figure it out. I wouldn't say that I bashed it at all. It would have been funny if I was just like really mean to it the whole time, and then it's just like... But, oh well. Rock pots. Let's make 200 of those, because I really need some rock pots. So still working on rock mechanisms, which means I could go do more of that. My amount of... I mean, I think I did, like, I mean, I didn't not complain at all. I mean, it's impossible for me to not complain at all. You know me well enough to know that. Trying to just make more bedrooms here. Just feel so bad for these poor dwarves. You miss your other screen. Dude, I had to go without a second monitor for half a day. And I was like, man, I can't even record YouTube videos. What the fuck? Makes you fear getting a second one? I'll tell you this. When you have one monitor, it seems fine. Then you get a second monitor and you're like, oh my god, how did I ever live without a second monitor? And then you end up, in my life, with 3. I couldn't imagine going back to 2. Monitors aren't that expensive. I say that, but they are tax deductions. Like, these bigger ones were only about $200 a pop. Like, down in the States, it's like $179 or something. They're like $210 up here. And you can get them on sale 20 to 30% off relatively frequently. They're pretty nice BenQ monitors, too. The thing is, they're just 60 hertz. They're not, like, the fancy 144 hertz. They're not full ouchie. They're just half ouchie, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I know, that makes sense. I understand how that is. You went to 3 for a few years and then went down to 2K 44 monitor. 2, yeah, I mean, like, I could probably do, like, 2 monitors, 1 ultra wide and 1 normal. Just to put streams on for a while? I mean, you know, I'll be honest. So, Hobo. There was one time when I went traveling for 4 weeks. This was a long time ago. This was like maybe 2014. Oh no, actually it would have been before. It would have been before 2014 because I wasn't streaming yet. So it probably would have been like 2012. And rather than packing a bunch of shit in a bag, I just brought $200 and went to a Value Village and bought a bunch of clothes when I got there. Like I went to a used shit store. I think it was actually a Goodwill because it was the States, and just bought a bunch of stuff when I got to the location that I was visiting. So, like, I don't know. I don't know if there's, like, a Goodwill or something, but you never know what you can find. You might be able to get, like, just like a little old-school square monitor from, like, 2006 for, like, $5 at a Goodwill. Yeah, no, you definitely don't. Just go to a little thrift shop, see what you can find. You could even, like, get, like, a little old TV or something. I guess at that point, it's just up to desk space, really. Find a good-sized CRT. Unfortunately, CRTs don't work with most computers. Fuck off to Wally World or something. I'm not sure what Wally World is, but needs HDMI. The thing is, though, like VGA to HDMI adapters are like $10, and you can usually like same day / overnight them from Amazon. Walmart is Wally World. Oh, okay. Also, chat, you know how people are getting excited about the Steam release of Dwarf Fort? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 channels. Okay, that one's not technically live. 6 channels live right now, right? For Dwarf Fort? That's like twice the normal. Like, normally it's, for literal years, it was like me, maybe a bot, just streaming 24/7 Dwarf Fort. See if this guest can make it in. Come on, buddy. There you go. Random Swords Dwarf shows up. All right, so I'm going to remove the assignment of a temple up here. Bring the majority of the dwarves down to the, like, lower level. And we are going to make them a temple down here. I think the temple will just be up on this side. So the temple is going to be, let's just make kind of a fun non-square shape. So we'll start with a square. Oh yeah, also with that trip that I was talking about, when I went back home, I literally just dumped all the stuff back at the Goodwill. So got all of my stuff for the trip at a Goodwill once I arrived at my destination, and then when I got back, and then when I headed home from the trip, I just left it all at Goodwill again. Big name streamer hogging all the viewers. Bruh. I mean, crappy viewers need more monitors. Nah. I don't know. I mean, I guess kind of. You know what's actually kind of ironic about that, like, statement is just how false it actually is. Because usually it just means, oh, that person has been streaming longer, and if that person was streaming something else, those people would all be streaming a different game instead. Low blow, mate. Hey, it was the first thing that came to mind, okay? Hitting me where it hurts. Okay, would you prefer I aimed for the nuts? Jeez. What do you want from me? To be less entertaining? I could do that. I don't even think I'm that entertaining. That's the sad bit. Chad, if you look at it sideways, it's a dragon with a ball in its mouth. Speaking of, you need more monitors. A gagged dragon. I didn't want to say ball gagged, but you know, I guess. Speaking of needs more viewers. Bellinair is assembling Warhammer minis. It's a mannequin with a necklace. Not seeing the necklace, but like, it's just a weird dragon turtle with a big box on its back. See? I don't think I have. Please share. Not in my chat. Keep that shit in DMs. Thanks. Also, hey, LNA. So what's up, man? Hey, chat. If you guys want to help this channel hit 1,000 subscribers, we only need 2 more. I'm not saying that we weren't at like 1,010 this morning and like we've just dropped a couple because gift subs do that after a month. But like, hey, if you want to help this channel hit 1,000 subs, you could do that right now. Just saying. No pressure, of course. Will that make Dwarf Fortress release sooner? That would be lying if I said yes. Thanks, Darren, for gifting a sub. Thanks, Hobo, for gifting a sub to El Naso. There you go. See, we're back at 1,000 subs. It's that easy. I'm going to be completely honest, chat. Having 1,000 subscribers on Twitch is something that I literally never thought would ever happen ever in my entire, like, ambitions on Twitch. So the fact that we were able to, like, you know, go on a massively crazy, bonkers, insane, nutso gifting spree at the end of September and hold it for like 3 weeks after that is just nuts to me. So appreciate every single one of you for like keeping this dream a reality for like, you know, a couple more, like maybe another week until it just goes away, because it will. Aqua, thanks for gifting a sub to Social. Need to restart computer. I know the feel. Okay. I also need to take these plumps, 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 plump, 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 plump. Okay. Right next to this, I'm going to put a that's the wrong button. I'm gonna put a refuse stockpile right here. Zone Soldier, thanks for the $1. Cheers. JK, thank you very much. Go throw it at Bellinair. Why are they mass canceling that? Drop off inaccessible. But that's accessible. I don't understand. Actually, you know what? How about instead of that, let's just get rid of all this and just say orders. Refuse. Oh, I see. They're set to ignore refuse. Gather vermin remains. Dump skins. Dump hair and wool. No, I do actually need that stuff. Let's try this again. I'm actually not entirely sure what's causing this. You know, I wonder, would pulling this lever fix it? They might be trying to get to stuff that is off map. Yeah, okay. So they were trying to get to stuff that was outside of the fortress that they couldn't actually reach because it was outside of the burrow. That was the issue. Oh no! Stukos, the ghostly weaver, is haunting the fortress. Do I have any more of these hanging around? Nope. Whew. So I'm proud of Krugsy, our good old friend Krug Smash, who's been streaming on YouTube. It's on floor, but it's nice to see him stream. Also anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Dragon Man, who very much deserves that. Seriously. I'm just like divvying up tabs because apparently I've got way too many open. Rings real familiar? Hollis. It rings familiar because it's Daffy Duck. That's why. Hollis, thanks for gifting out a 5-pack. Much appreciated, man. He's been streaming? Yeah, he streamed for the first time a couple days ago. He did an art stream, and then he streamed some Dwarf Fortress recently. Just makes me sad that he's streaming on YouTube and not Twitch. Twitch is for streaming video games. YouTube is for video. But some people still to this day don't listen to me. But he does have a much bigger audience over there already. Although I'm sure that if he just, like, made a post, he would have the same audience over here. So that's going to be our temple. The last bed installed. It's nice. We're actually getting, like, stuff done now, which is kind of whack. Don't actually need that many more beds either. Also, if you don't check YouTube as often, then you won't have noticed that I uploaded the same video 2 days in a row, because I definitely didn't accidentally delete it. I absolutely didn't. Don't accuse me of crimes I definitely committed. I super duper forgot. Or I super duper misclicked and accidentally deleted the wrong video this morning. How goes the fort? Terrible, but that's fine. It's a haunted fort. 29 dwarves. We've only lost, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we've lost a lot of dwarves. But it's been fun. What's up, Wade Master? We, after starting anew, after giving up on the fort yesterday, things have gotten a lot more exciting. We got a properly haunted biome now, and it's properly nightmarish. Are you still alive? No. Well, yes, because nobody died in the fort yesterday, but you're not in this fort currently. But at least I don't think you were in this fortress, unless I named you absentmindedly without realizing it. And no. But seriously, Tolas, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. What kind of dwarf do you want? I got 2 woodcutters. I got crafts dwarf. I got 2 stone crafters. I got some mechanics and engineers. Got some children. What do you want? But yeah, we could absolutely get you renamed. You'll do some engineering? Okay. Let's give you the big good one. You killed a zombie derf once. Datan will be Wade Master. He was euphoric due to an aviation and blah, 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 blah. Let me try that again. Blissful. After sleeping in a very good bedroom. Your wife is Wild Peak, who is the insane necromancer in the fort. Just for reference. Literally an insane necromancer. Also, it'd take probably 6 to 7 subs to level up the hype train, or probably around $30 in bits. Just saying. So your wife is Wild Peak. On the bright side, she's naked. On the bad side, she's covered in acrid goo. Okay? Also, she's just sprinting around absolutely insane. She is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life and overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. But, I mean, actually, hold on. What year was she born? She's 69 years old, but was born in the year 70, which means she's much older than that. Apparently she never becomes angry. But yeah, she just runs in circles all day with her hands up and down screaming. And can't sleep, eat, or drink. We'll see you when we see you, Mist Runner. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, that's all that you do. Or that's all that your wife does. Sounds like your kind of girl. Well, I mean, you'll never get happy fun times if all she does is run around with her hands in the air screaming. Anyway, before this gets weird, Wade Master, you're together with that crazy lady. Apparently you guys have a daughter, but she's not here, so. You do have an object of worship, which I can't look at. You worship an object. Akist, you worship. The deity of the modest palisade. Takes the form of a female dwarf associated with war and fortresses. You also worship Raul the Silvery, is a deity of the modest palisade, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with caverns and mountains. You also worship Enshal, blossomed dawned, the young buds, a deity of the modest palisade. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with children. You also worship the avalanche of rocks, a deity of the modest palisade. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with metals. You also worship Ast, the Oak of Dawn, a deity of the modest palisade. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with trees. You also worship Dastob, Calm Stills, a deity of the modest palisades. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with peace. You also worship Momas, a deity of the modest palisade. Most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death, or your wife. You also worship Legon, moral helps, deity of the Quake of Haze. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with happiness. Y'all checked out? Good, good. What else do we have? He doesn't personally care about art one way or another and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Easily changes his mind and generally will go with the prevailing view on anything. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and doesn't focus on material goods. He often feels discouraged and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Is quick to form negative views about things and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he does not reveal personal information. He likes to brawl and isn't particularly curious about the world. Thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things due to his crazy wife, and is occasionally overindulges. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and his voice trails off whenever he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really see the care about anything anymore. Or your wife. I mean, church day sounds quite busy. I'm kidding. You're all for it. Well, at least you're all for it. All right, I don't really need you in wood cutting. You do have a nice battle axe, and I'd rather my military gets it. In fact, I'd much rather you do mining, masonry. Much rather you do mining and masonry. You have to hop off. Take it easy. Thanks for streaming. We'll see you later, Ref. Thanks for hanging out, dude. And chat room, thank you very much for the 9 gift subs and the 100 bits. Help keep us above 1,000 subs. It means a lot. It really, really does. It's a, 150 is a number I can, wrap my brain around. 1,007, I couldn't fit that many people in my apartment building. Wait, hold on a second. What's going on? Hello, Shinery? What the hell's happening? You two know each other? You do, in fact, know each other from elsewhere. Weird. So you're a coach in a game. I've played Dota for a tournament called NPC, New Player Circuit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I played the beta of Dota like a bajillion years ago. I also played like OG Dota. I'm assuming you're talking about Dota 2 and not like the mod Dota. But that's funny. Yeah, I played OG Dota quite a bit. And then Heroes of New Earth, and then League of Legends. But that has not been that way for a long, long time. I literally haven't played, like, any MOBA game since, like, fucking 2014 or something. The last game of League of Legends I played was in 2014. Although I will say that the world is, like, weirdly small. I was watching a rather large stream the other day. That had, like, 800 people watching or so. And just typed in a comment based on the thing that was said by the streamer. And, like, 5 people added me with my emotes. They were like, bang, got him. I was like, whoa, okay. World is small. And this was, like, not even remotely related to what I normally stream. This was, like, completely unrelated. I'm sorry, what, Obo? Pix and computer, okay. Oh. Wait, hold on a sec. Are you using an iPad as a screen extender? That's kind of rad, actually. Hell yeah. that's yeah, I mean that, or wait, or are you just playing it on the iPad and propped it up? So are you, is it connected to the computer, or are you just like running that on the tablet? Because I'm sitting here thinking like, wait, you can use those as a screen extender? All right, what's going on? Rotten Crundle corpse is fighting with Crundles. Let's follow the... Okay, it's all the way in the awkward place of the screen. And it's... So there's a rotten Crundle corpse running around making more rotten Crundle corpses. So it can have friends. That's adorable. Such a wholesome scene. You'll love to see it. God, these poor dwarves. Let's make 50 rock coffers. And 50 rock cabinets. Uninstall Dota. It's good for your mental health. That's all I have to say, Soulshiner. I don't know where that came from, but... not saying Dota's bad. It's just... it's unhealthy. Apparently Samsung tablets just work as second screens. Really? That's kind of wild, actually. Maybe I should buy a Samsung tablet. I should buy a Galaxy tablet and just like use it as a... I don't need a fourth screen. I know a few people who like use tablets and shit as like Stream Decks and stuff. I don't need another screen. But like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I've been like debating with myself about maybe. I do mean maybe. Getting a fourth screen for a while. Especially now that I have a card that actually supports it. You burn a significant chunk of the write capacity available to you on this drive. You can buy... It's the only one you can buy for a long time. And it's not the one rated with a long lifespan, so you loathe to uninstall large games because you know I won't play them for a very long time. When was the last time you played Dota, though? Everyone needs 4 screens? Oh, I know I need 4 screens. I just don't know where I'd put it. That's the actual issue. I know I need a fourth screen, but like, I need an extender for my monitor arms and get like an upper screen. April this year? Eh, fair enough. I don't know. Uninstall Dota. All right, I'm going to be ballsy here. Tavern now allows visitors. Let's see how many visitors we get. Just need the right time and company. Fair enough. All right, well, let's get 2 doors in here. The Dimpled Feasts, except I'm going to change the name of that because that is not a good name for a temple in a murder land. Chapel of Muscle. Chapel of Graves. There we go. Laggy chunk. Expecting a bunch of visitors. It's nice to finally get a break from like the non-stop insanity of this biome, just to have a break to be able to, you know, build the fort out a little bit and actually get everybody bedroomed up and like get things prepped. Oh. It's like heaven almost. But no, I understand the loathing of uninstalling large pieces of software. I used to hate it, but the reason I hated it was not because like I was worried about the read write on a drive. I was worried about it because it's I had shitty fucking internet. So like it's like, oh man, I took 3 weeks to download this game. Damn it, I'm gonna play it a bunch, you know? Sure. El Naso. How would you even force the dwarves to do naked wrestling free-for-alls? I don't even know how you'd force... I guess, like... I don't even know how you'd force them to declothe. Unless you're not talking about dwarves. In which case, then, I don't know. You know, I've been so caught up in the excitement today. I haven't done this at all today. No posts, no updates on Steam. Sad days. Maybe not sad days, but days. Naked Wrestling Free For All sounds like a party gone wrong. Sounds like an indie game that released on Steam recently. Or a party gone right, depending on the party. Designated their uniforms as empty? I guess that would do it. Huh. Also now trying to figure out how you got them to fight without, like, immediately starting a loyalty cascade, but I digress. There's gonna be so many undead Crundles in that cavern layer in a bit. Steel battle axe on Frog for Hire. You'll do well. It's going well, Dr. Pirate, and yourself? Aside from the fact that this fort's been a pain, but this fort's been a pain because it's a very mean haunted biome. And I mean mean when I say mean. It's been mean. To give you an idea, we knew that we were fucked the second I saw the zombie geese. Trying to make more bedrooms, though. Ironically, though, I had one dwarf kill, like 8 zombie geese with a crutch. Very proud of that dwarf. Zombie geese, you heard me. Yeah. Cyrolac killed 8 of them with a crutch, though. Very proud of him. They're like the least concerning threat on the map, though. So as you can see, this dwarf has a crutch. Oops. This dwarf has a fungi wood crutch. If I view the description of it, it has 9 kills, 1 zombie dwarf. Sorry, not 6 geese. 6 zombie geese and 2 zombie ganders. And a dwarf. Killed them all with a crutch. To get by them? I was lying down in a whole flock of them pretty recently. They were lovely. One of them stepped over me. It was kind of funny. I was just lying down on the ground kind of drunk, and one of them literally just like walked up to me, like was pecking like right next to me, and then stepped over my legs and kept like pecking at the ground. Geese are lovely. Give them space. I'm very much pro goose independence. I think that geese are a wildly misunderstood animal and quite lovely. And I think people are generally act fearful around them and are mean to them, and thus they're mean to you. Goose whisperer? Nah. People are just assholes to geese normally. Weapon. It was God's first attempt to annihilate our species. It worked. The emus were the second attempt. I don't think I have a brewer right now, apparently. Problem is so many dwarves have died, I've completely lost track of who's doing what. I wouldn't know. I didn't fight in the Emu War. Although I was talking about dumb conspiracy theories with a friend of mine when we were out on a hike this past weekend, and one of his conspiracy theories that he brought up was that the Emu War never happened, and that it was actually just a marketing ploy by the Australian government to make the rest of the world look weak. And I'm just like, hold on a second. Well, how would it make them look weak? Like, they literally got the shit kicked out of them by emus. He goes, don't question my logic. Okay. I'm still alive. It's called the Great Emu War, not the Great Emu Massacre. Also, I'm pretty sure this is public knowledge because Hobo was talking about it in chat earlier, but I think Hobo's in Vegas. Which is why I'm using that as an excuse to go to Vegas. in November for a weekend. The flight was very cheap. Unless Dwarf Fortress decides to release that week, in which case I will cancel the trip. Hope they give me enough notice. I hope so too. I really do. Although I'll be honest, I kind of hope, this is just me talking right now, thinking aloud. This isn't me confirming anything. I kind of hope Dwarf Fortress releases the first week of November, so I can just like I'm thinking like if it releases on like the 31st of this month or like the 1st of November, and then I could just like cram out videos for like the last week of this month, assuming they give it to me early. Then just stream like a maniac all the way up until the 10th, and then just get on a plane and go to Vegas. And then come back and keep streaming. Today been better day? Fort's been really mean to me, but it's been good. No complaints. Yourself, Papa? Goose Goddess Medina had a whole market build up after her temple in Rome because humanity didn't respect geese all that much, and then afterwards they attributed her name to the idea of money, the ultimate terror. I mean, money is pretty terrifying. What, the 9th Dwarf Fortress is the day, the 9th of November is the day that Dwarf Fortress releases? Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, at that point, I would just refund my flight. Back for Blood? Assuming that's what B for B is. It's definitely not bed for breakfast. Which was my second guess. Yeah. I've got that game on a Humble Bundle a while ago, and I don't think I ever actually redeemed it. You know, as you do. Pretty sure I just, like, forgot about it. Which is generally what happens with Humble Bundle, is people buy games, forget about them, and then never download them. Or redeem them. Although, that being said, on the 20th, they better not release Dwarf Fortress on the 26th of October, because I'm going to go see Animals as Leaders on the 26th of October. I think my aunt just sent me a text. All right, Soul Shinery. You have a good night. Let's get this done all on high priority. Right. You're surprised I don't send Zach and Tarn my calendar at this point? I do, like, I know when the next Zach and Tarn talk is probably going to end up happening. But, like, no, I've never sent them my calendar. I wish they'd send me theirs, though, because then I'd know when Dwarf Fortress might release. My aunt's texting me about me visiting my Oma. All right, so I need to make a... Oh. Make an altar. And since it's the Church of the Dead, or whatever we called it, I'm putting all of the... Or the... No, the Church of Graves. I'm putting all of our slabs in there. I got to deconstruct all my slabs. This is going to be hairy for a second. In exchange for this offering of a Blue Yeti mic. I mean, to be totally fair, I gave them a microphone, but they paid for my beer. So... we might almost have broken even, I would say. Although, jokes aside, I'm, like, very much excited for the next chance to talk with them because I want to hear how that mic sounds. The nice thing, too, is, like, if the gain's too much, I can be like, hey, can you turn the gain down on that just a tad? Unlike webcam microphone on a laptop where it's like, mic sounds like shit. There's no settings for it. Great. Which has been what we've dealt with for ages, and people get mad at me in YouTube comments sometimes for, why is Torrent's audio so bad? It's like, well, I mean, I'm working with what I got here, okay? And it's not much. You're feeling November 1st for Steam release? I'll tell you this. I can tell you this for a fact. If it's November 1st, we'd have to know by midway through next week. Because they want to have at least a 2-week lead up. So, I can say pretty safely right now, if it's not announced by, like, Wednesday next week, it wouldn't be the 1st, right? Because there will always be at least a 2-week lead up. Kelson wishes to reside in GraveHarvest for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Welcome. More the merrier. But the reason I say that is because you want to have a public release date. And this is something that they told me at PAX. They talked about at PAX quite extensively, is you want to have a 2-week release lead up, right? That's 2 weeks to notify press, notify mainstream press, notify YouTubers, send out keys, contact PR, assuming if they're going with any external PR, time to schedule interviews. Like there's a lot of like steps that need to happen before you can like just release a game, right? People that want to live... Well, see, here's the thing. They don't need to fight in the caverns because this is very much a haunted motherfucking haunted biome. I mean, yes, there's a bazillion undead crundles in the basement, but trust me, that's the least of your concern. What you should actually be afraid of... Or actually, there's not so many anymore. Well, there was, like, undead ravens. We've had undead geese. We've had undead kias. We've had, which I only saw briefly. We've had undead, various other animals on the surface. Not stuff you really want to fuck with. This fort is spooky. It's great. Yep. We had a neck come crawling at my dwarves earlier, which we had to step on. Yeah, we got maybe a bit too spooky of a fort. And then there's this blue gunk everywhere. which is acrid goo. There's all of these mangled corpses out here from like all of the zombies. Like some of these dwarves were mangled corpses. We do actually have a direct way into the fortress through here, but they have to walk through all of these cage traps first. So
Undead subs scattered here and there.
undead scubs. Please don't undead my subs. But Narvicious, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. Good to have you. But yes, we got very spooky this time. Do the cage traps affect dwarves? Nope, they walk over it. And I can't get full wagons into the fortress, though. The wagons can't go over that, so I didn't even bother making it wide enough for wagons. We are burrowed inside. So I probably could turn the burrow off right now because all I'm seeing is my own dwarves on the surface. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, nope, there's ravens. There's undead ravens. Which are pretty scary. Not on my own replay. Infinity. Heading out for the night. You have a good night, Aqua. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the kindness as always, and thanks for chilling. Thanks for gifting subs and stuff. Appreciate you, dude. Alt C? Nope. I don't ever remember what the offering place is. Alt A! Altair! But no, not only did we actually get a spooky fort this time, we got a spooky fort and we're actually getting it going. Trying to get rid of all this refuse. Let's turn off your hauling, turn off your crafts. Let's give you farming fields. Just want someone to plant seeds. Chat, can I get a big round of beers, by the way, for Narvicious? Keeping that sub alive for a 16th month. That sub can now drive. Hopefully it doesn't want to, though, because fuck cars. But, you know. Ooh. Olin Ropescrape has been appointed to the position of Sheriff of the Natural Boulders. Olin Ropescape has been promoted to the position of Militia Commander of the Natural Boulders. Spring has arrived. Somebody died of old age. Don't drink and drive, kids. All right. Slam that down. What am I doing with this? Somebody else take it. I'm a baby. You know, it's kind of funny. When I was a little kid, I used to sneak beer from my dad. I liked it. And then they figured out that I liked beer, and then they just give me beer at dinner, so I stopped stealing it after that. Didn't get very much, but how's the fort being? Ben, somehow you're not dead, I think. Hold up. Are you actually not dead? I shouldn't go saying things before I can confirm. Yeah, you're still alive. You're surprised at not your lack of death, and feel satisfied at work. But apparently you're bored upon leading an unexciting life for so long. Don't tempt me. Yeah, I actually liked beer as a kid. Your left foot is dented, though. Yeah, it's about the equivalent that I would get, Dr. Pirate, was a shot glass. Feel like one of the guys. It's basically what I did. Yeah, I had a little tiny thing with beer and then my big thing of juice or whatever. But then again, I also liked black coffee as a little kid, so I guess I was just a weird kid. Okay. Having a dented foot in this fort is getting off. Like, yeah, you could say that. All right, so let me ballsy for a little bit. I'm going to allow them to go out just a little bit. Oh, we actually have, like, named cats. Which means a cat's going around claiming some people, seems like. Let's also make a wood nest box, 3. Working on rock pots. You know what? Let's remove this burrow, actually, so I don't need to fuck with things. Instead, I'm going to make a different burrow. Add new burrow. Aim burrow. Outside! And outside is going to be up here to down here to up there. Yeah, the last one survived getting in, actually. So now I'm gonna permit them to go outside. Currently, most of the zombies are... Currently, most of the zombies are underground. And then, the last thing I'm going to do... Pull this lever. Kronk. There it is. It's now open. Dwarves now have access to the spooky outside. Let's follow. Oh, this is the outpost liaison who's running away. Are you going to make it there? Are you going to get out? Are you going to do it? Are you going to escape? Get out of here, outposty. Run away. Brave as fuck little dwarf. About how long is a day? About 30 seconds. Oh no, capybara corpses are spawning again. I'm so afraid. Hauling a bunch of gear and stuff inside. Probably not going to be able to do this for too long. We're also bringing corpses in. There's nothing to catch in the central swamps. Uh-huh. Rise, Pikachu. Days in Dwarf Fortress is really quick, dude. It's hard to, like, fully explain, but they're really quick. Like, really, really quick. What spawned on the ceiling? We got on the up floor. We got capybaras and capybara. Okay, so it's just capybaras. Chat, we might have to capybara. If that happens, it'll be terrifying. We'll have to apologize to old Cappy. Not to be confused with El Capong. Let's also gather some plants. Capybara knife. Oh no! Human Lasher is fighting with the capybara. So the human Lasher lashes at the capybara corpse in the head with her bronze whip, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. The capybara bites the human Lasher in the left upper leg, but the attack is deflected by the human Lasher's large bronze male shirt. And the human Lasher lashes at the capybara in the head with the bronze whip, and the injured part is crushed. And the human Lasher says, "I am no longer enraged!" And help! Save me! Human Lasher? You this human Lasher? Yeah, he's panicking. Checks out. Human Lasher holding a bronze whip has killed one zombie capybara. Good job. One less for us to deal with. One small step for you, man. One massive step for Dwarf. And he's fighting with another one. Uh-oh. All right, chat. Who do you think wins here? Capybaras or the human Lasher? We might need to lock the doors inside again soon because shit's about to get nasty. I think the capybaras are going to win. What's the combat log look like? They're scratching him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. The human Lasher lashes the capybara corpse in the body with a bronze whip, bruising the muscle and chipping the muscles, the middle spine's bone, and then they seem to have just, like, bit him and knocked him over. Let's see. I'm going to pray for my military chat. I'm going to see if I can off these capybaras. And save this dumb human. Here they come. So Frog for Hire is in first. Dives in. Immediately starts cutting. We're moving one turn at a time. Suddenly there's a request. I'm seeing bits of capybaras flying everywhere. The capybara scratches the human. They're still just fighting with the human Lasher. The Spear Dwarf hacks the capybara corpse in the head with her steel battle axe. And the severed part sails off in an arc. The Spear Dwarf hacks the capybara corpse in the right rear paw with her steel battle axe. The severed part sails off in an arc. So we got the Spear Dwarf, Dong Harvey, the human Lasher, Duko, and the Axe Dwarf, Frog for Hire. That's 2 and 3. We're gonna let them retreat now. Run back, boys. Leave the dumb human. We'll figure his shit out. Cole, Palace Moistened. Moistened something's palace. Wishes to reside in GraveHarvest for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Welcome back, Bell. Hey. How was the experimental painting and crafting stuff, Strim? One model in 4 hours? I mean, how many more do you have to put together? Wait, hold up. Right, yeah, okay, we've gained some dwarves, duh. Are you kidding me? Okay, he's no longer stunned. Fine. The human has finally realized that, you know, they can do other things. Oh no, there's a zombie. What kind of zombie is that? Oh, that's just my zombie. That's fine. That's an okay zombie. Acceptable zombie. 14, oh boy. Are you gonna do time lapses for that YouTube channel? No, you actually, you probably killed something, Dong. Hold up. You killed 3 capybara zombies. No, it was a different human that was enraged. Or not you. It was a human that was enraged. You're a dwarf. Oh, like streaming on that channel? Instead of on Twitch? Yeah. Feel like you might need to try and build a bigger audience on there first. You only have like, what, 60 subs there? Capybara head is fighting. Oh, well, now we gotta go kill the capybara head. The carpenter hacks the capybara head in the head with... Okay. The head in the head with a cropper battle axe. And the injured part is cloven asunder. How do you cut a head off of a head? You cut a head off of a head. I guess you cut it in half. Anyway. You serially kill zombies, I think is what you mean. Oh, no, that is what you said. Initially, I read that as seriously kill zombies. I was like, I don't know if that's what you mean, but... We don't ask these questions? I'm still... Okay, the one question I'm still asking about Dwarf Fortress is how does the snail stand up? Because when you knock over a snail, the snail can stand up. How does the snail stand up? Also, same when you're fighting with giant snakes. You knock the snake over. First off, how do you knock a snake over? Second, how does snake stand up? Because anything in this game can stand up. How does snake stand up? True. Just have all the similar content in one place. Just chill building, painting, stream, then trying to make something big. Fair enough. True. My brain goes money, 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 money. But you know that. You work with me. Oh no! Raven corpses. Stony! No! Okay, it's not. Where's these ravens? All right, time to get the dwarves back inside. No outside! Outside bed! Also, while I'm fiddling with these burrows, rename inside. So you've got inside, yay, and outside, eh. Time to forbid everything that's outside again because it's scary. Raven is fighting with a dog, but he jumps away. The miner breaks the grip of the raven. Okay, I have a question. Why were you in a tree? Also, why is Stony's blood in a tree? Stony, are you okay? Stony's resting. Okay, Stony is running home. Injured. Why is your blood in a tree, Stony? Serious question. Ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. I don't know how your blood got into a tree, but your blood got into a tree. You need diagnosis, naturally. Slight pain, winded, trouble breathing. Dwarves climb trees when scared sometimes. Yes, there's also 6 zombie ravens chasing them, so I like to think the ravens carried them. Anyway, here they come. 1 and 2. Yep, shit. There's still a dwarf outside. Well, we caught 1. Where are you going? Only supposed to go inside, not outside. Outside bad, inside good. Why are you going out? Oh, I see. Caldella Stonecrafter was berserk for a moment there. Just keep running out to fight. Okay, I will send the military out here to go deal with these ravens, hopefully. The dwarves appear to just be, like, fighting with these zombie ravens. Anyway, we're sending the military out. There's the first one. Froggy, can you please go cut up some ravens for me? That's 1, 2, 3. Wow. And Raffle stomped. Got him. You killed Beguile Cole, the zombie raven, as well as one other zombie raven and 2 other zombie ravens. Are there any more zombie ravens? Yep, but they're pretty far away. Okay. Let's cancel that order. Let them go back inside. And I didn't lose anybody that I'm aware of. Zravens. Zavens. Let's just forbid everything outside again. And just claim everything that's inside the fort again. Okay. I'm sorry, Ravenhead? Ravenhead. Ravenhead sounds like a really good band name. Also, there's there's a Ravenhead right there. Well, I'm not sure how it's moving, but an acrid goo covered Ravenhead is strolling towards the fortress as quickly as it can roll, I guess. Or maybe it's like walking on its beak. It just walked up a hill too. That's very impressive. Makes it into the fortress. I'm going to tell them to pull this lever. Hopefully we crush it in the drawbridge. On you. Thunk. Oh, man. Oh, hey, shit, we did. Ah, we got it. It's now a mangled Ravenhead. Well, since we're locked back indoors, I can disable this for a bit and let the dwarves kind of do whatever in here. It was a Ravenhead. Not only well, I mean, I saw Exodus and Testament this past week. I get to see a Monomarth with Hobo in a couple of weeks. And on the 26th, I get to see Animals as Leaders. Yeah, lots of concerts. It'll be fun. Looking forward. How are we doing on foodstuffs? Drink's fine. Plant's okay. Could be better. Could be worse. Let's get this stuff all dumped. Let's get this zombie raven crushed. Hey, Cairo. Nothing. Playing in this very, 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 very haunted fort. And unlike the unhaunted, crappy haunted fort yesterday, this one's been fucking terrifying. It's raining acrid goo outside, which is why there's blue everywhere. There is a river, though. We don't get to go out there much. It's absolute fucking chaos, yes. But, you know, we got 31 dwarves, which the first one of the first migrant waves we got, we had it was 8 dwarves. Then we went up to 13 dwarves. Because the first migrant wave was 1 dwarf. He made it. Second one was 13 dwarves. Third one was we went from 13 dwarves to 34 dwarves to 14 dwarves. Because that's how many died on the way in. Calm down, Orange. Put it back in your pants. You don't really fucks with quantum stockpiles, do I? No, I don't fucks with them. I honestly don't use them, mostly because I forget where shit is. I use them. I'm not a big fan of forgetting where things are. And also, they feel kind of unnecessarily cheesy to me. Like, yeah, they're useful. I won't deny that, but they're a bit goofy. Also, whenever we butcher an animal, the skin comes back to life instantly. So whoever butchers an animal is going to get scarred for life. So butchers have to be, like, mentally fortuitous, shall we say. So what you're saying is, they're on the edge of cheating. And they're kind of a waste of your time. I'm never doing that again. I do have, like, what should be a clinically diagnosed disorder of, like, randomly getting an edge of glory stuck in my head. Speaking of edges, is anybody else here, like, weirdly excited about the new Blink-182 album, or is that just me? 'I love it when people ask me what mod pack is that when I show footage of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. It's like my favorite question. It's like, what mod is that? Well, someone's not paying attention. "100% excited for new Blink." You know, it's like, if you asked me a year ago, it's like, man, new Blink-182, I would have been like, nah, wouldn't listen to that, I'm good. But this year, I'm like, new Blink-182, you know, okay, I mean, I'm gonna listen to that, yeah, fuck yeah, why not? Although I will say that the announcement video for that album is one of the most awkward things I've ever seen, and I think that's by intention. I think that's the intent. Yeah, no, everyone's back. I mean, they gotta pay rent somehow. Come on. In this economy, it's time to put the bands back together, guys. How else do you think you're gonna pay for retirement that you've been, you know, like, wasting the past decade? We're gonna put some furniture into these bedrooms, finally. Oddly enough, I found out about the existence of a new Blink-182 album because my sister-in-law DM'd it to me. Just all caps, new Blink! What? Even Ozzy might go back on tour? Nah, that's bullshit. His hologram might. If he goes back on tour, though, he better bring a walker. We wouldn't want him to have a fall. It's a miracle that man is even alive. You know, you could say that about a lot of rockers from that era. I used to feel that way about, oh man, now I'm blanking on his name. Now I feel bad. Motorhead. Fuck's that dude's name? Rest in peace. I know this. Lenny. I wanted to say Eddie. Lemmy. I used to always feel that way about Lemmy. It's like, I can't fucking believe that man's still alive. And then one day he killed over. And I was like, okay, well. Rip Lemmy. Yeah, no, indeed. Rip Lemmy. But also, like, I'm amazed he lived as long as he did. Couldn't remember any names of anything today either. Yeah, and you were doing Warhammer stuff, which means you were screwed on that regard. Fucking let me look dead for years. Yep. Although to be fair, I'm just as shocked that Ozzy Osbourne is still alive as I was that the Queen lived as long as she did. Some migrants have emerged despite the danger. All right, chat. Jump down into the fort. Turn on the inside. Notice. And pull the lever, Dwarf. Oh no. They'll have to run around the Raven head. Apparently there's another undead Raven head. Okay, well, Ravenhead rolls into the fortress with another Ravenhead behind it. Guys, you're supposed to mangle the ravens, not behead them, but I digress. Anyway, Raven 1 and Raven 2. Both get caught. Oh my gosh. Holy fuck, those dudes are broke. Well, I mean, how is that for that massive festival, Hobo? Oh, I see. They're getting swarmed by ravens. Local hockey stadium next year. Really? Oh my god. And here I thought that they were asking for a lot when... Oh my god, I'm blanking now. Rage Against the Machine was here. Okay, let's just remove that Raven. Blew it into pieces. Good job. Actually, I think that was the Kestrel. So there's Kestrels, there's Ravens, a bunch of dwarves. Okay, never mind. Those are old dead dwarves. They've been dead for a while. I actually don't think I've lost any. Holy shit, we're suddenly at 52. That is a massive migrant wave. 54, still going up. A lot of Gelders in here. I have to build an army. So Kestrel fighting with the Spear Dwarf. Seems like the Spear Dwarf is winning. The Kestrel's right there. Right here. Fighting with it. Fighting with it. Come on, you two. Panicking Dwarf. Kestrel's dead. Nope, never mind. Or that's another Kestrel. Not sure. I mean, it's all right. They're already dead, but... Wow, that Kestrel does not want to fucking die. The dwarf stabs the Kestrel corpse in the body with an iron short sword, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the stomach. The militia commander slashes the Kestrel in the lower leg and the militia commander slashes the Kestrel corpse in the lower left leg with his bismuth bronze short sword. We might have to just go for adamantine. Let's tell them to back off. Run away, dwarves. That's a mule. Dong. Don't you fucking die on me. Okay, never mind. Bringing them back out. Oh no, not ravens. You fell asleep, chat. Dong Harvey may be dead. Backup's out. Still fighting with that Kestrel. Well, all the ravens died very quickly, so that was good. Game lagged considerably. Kestrel disappeared for a second. Where the heck did the rest of my military go? Still fighting with the Kestrel. Tearing apart the fat. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the muscle. Is the Kestrel dead? Do still see a Kestrel corpse. Oh my god. It's got a sword stuck in it, and it's got a shield stuck in upper body. Stuck in it's got a shield stuck in it, it's got a shield embedded in it, and a sword embedded in it. Come on, guys. It's probably like using the shield to deflect it. Scratches at the militia commander. The Spear Dwarf punches the corpse in the right body. Spear Dwarf strikes the Kestrel corpse in the head with her bronze shield, but there is no force. All right. Being used as a weapon rack? Pretty much. Still can't add any of my zombies to the squad. Let's see. You're a competent hammer dwarf? Okay. Newbie, join the military. That's Wade Master. Competent Marks dwarf. Newbie, join the military. Gelder, competent Spear dwarf. Newbie, join the military. All right, let's see if they can all go help. Because we need backup up here, otherwise these dwarves are all dead. Fortunately, like, it's not really able to do much damage to them. It's just scratching the axe dwarf in the head. Which is Frog for Hire. Yeah, they just need to use it as a sheath instead of a... Oh my god, there's another zombie? Where'd you come from? Well, it died pretty quick. You at least equip something? I managed to get an iron short sword. Guess like... Okay. Dong Harvey's died. Been found dead. Come on, dwarves. You guys can assist. Are you at least mangled? Nope, just a corpse. Just a corpse. So there's ravens. The raven's head, a raven, a raven. This fucking kestrel, man. Like, there's not much left of it. No, Dong, you're dead. Sorry. Well, I could... Okay, so I'm going to try and summon chaos here for a second. Where's the nearest necromancer? Join the military, briefly. Never mind. I know, right? So we're trying to summon some chaos here. Frogfire is still alive, though. Maybe not for long. I'm sending out 2 more military dwarves to come help. Hopefully they were also able to find some sort of weapon. It's just this fucking kestrel. Once this kestrel's dead, then life's so much easier. Kestrel's dead. We got a zombie with a bucket. Frogfire, you are not dead. I don't know. Gelder Kavish, you're now in charge. Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't really care. Edom, cheesemaker. Let's unassign them from this spot. Let them all back inside. Where's Frog? Frog is not dead. Would you look at that? All right. Well, now we have a necromancer in this squad, so absolute chaos can ensue. Let's slam the door shut. Anyway, we're at 51 dwarves now. So that's a massive increase. I'm going to lock the door. Whew. Apologies, Dong. We will give you the best slab to remember your bravery. Time to forbid everything again. All right, let's also claim those. And pull that lever. Whew. We only lost one dwarf. Also, you're a zombie now, Harvey. Just thought I'd let you know. A donkey fool, aka a donkey fool, and laid to rest. But Super Smash Brothers Stew, hello. Assuming that's what SSB means in this instance. Get some eggs laid. I'll be honest. Child died too. That's unfortunate. I'll be honest. This upper layer of this fortress is really fucking ugly. I kind of don't like looking at it. To the point where, like, I need to start making, like, an actual entrance to the fort from down here. But, at the very least, this area looks okay. I now have a whole bunch of, like, random-ass gelders and shit. Are people doing doctoring things? Yes, they are. Sweet. I think I'm going to assign just make sure that all these gelders are... Well, you're a competent mace dwarf. Yeah, fuck it. I'll put you in the military. I just want them to be doing useful farming tasks, so... Butchering, tanning, farming, plant gathering, brewing, etc. Because we're going to need them. Like, I've got this planter here that's already doing what I need you to be doing. Because we're going to be needing all of the farming tasks, like, stat. Shearer. I don't really need a particularly skilled shearer. Let's give you weaving. Considering... So it needs plants processed. Frankenstein Koopa brother? What? Well, at the very least, we haven't seen any zombie snapping turtles since the very beginning, okay? I feel like those would have been terrifying, but we never actually had to deal with them much. I don't really see it, but okay. I see where you're coming from, but I don't see it. If that makes any sense. Like, there's times where it's like, yeah, okay, no, I get it. And then there's times it's like, yeah, okay, no, I get it, but I don't agree. And this is one of those. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make a big ol' entryway to the fort. That's actually, like, a competent defensive structure, as well as also a competent, like, useful structure. Also, we need to keep digging down, because I need to find metal, which we haven't found yet. Because allegedly there's metal on this map. So, gonna dig all the way across here. Maybe not in a straight ugly line, though. Actually, I could just peek into the caverns a little more, but I think there's also part of the thing where it's like I haven't really thought about any Super Mario Brothers related IP things in a very long time. So I guess I just kind of don't see it for that reason, partially. So I think the plan for this fort's going to be just play it once a week for the rest of October. So next week we will probably do all 3 forts. Unless, of course, our fortress gets announced. Yeah, I'll put it this way. To all you guys saying I'm feeling November 1st or like early November, I wish I had your confidence, because currently I don't know if I do. You're off to bed? Okay, good night, sleeps. Sleeps wells. That's my prospecting attempt. Oh, my shoulder's just cracked in 2 places. Holy fuck, I've been streaming for 10.5 hours. Like up Stony Mountain this weekend? Nah, unfortunately. No, I need to stay home this weekend. I gotta record stuff. I'm behind on getting stuff up on YouTube, so gotta get better about that. No, plans for this weekend is just stay home, stay sober, record a bunch of podcasts, and edit a bunch of stuff. Athros, standard vaulted, wishes to join the Ghost of Markets as a citizen of GraveHarvest. Athros is an intelligent undead. That's our first actual zombified citizen in the fortress. Can I get a round of beers to that? Because that is good news. First actual zombified citizen. Also, peasant, you need a real job. You currently don't have one. Grieved, enraptured, uneasy, blah, 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 blah. Who's creating a great work of art? Well, let's do stoneworking. Which means, where did that there's Zormbeed go? There's something about just having like a 24/7, never sleeps, never complains, farming and mining bot. That's just phenomenal. The one problem with zombies is they don't actually get better at fighting. So unless they were like legendary at fighting before they died, there's no reason to put them in the military. Citizen Zombies seems like the Citizen Sleep or Halloween pack that I wouldn't play. There's a little spider on my ceiling. Okay. Chill up there, bud. Just don't get any bigger, you. If you get the size of a loony, I need to boot you out of the house. Which is maybe the most Canadian thing I've said all day. You become the size of a loony, I need to boot you out of the house. this way, this way, and 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 this way. And that's it for beds, really. At least for all the space I have for right now. Was almost too mean? I didn't apologize to it. Although I saw a video of some kids, it front paged on Reddit. It was on the subreddit Crazy Fucking Videos, which is a pretty good subreddit. It's usually just people having freak out attacks and stuff. But it was just these two kids just like cussing out this dude because they told these kids to stop. Oh no, not a llama skin. Llama skin attacks the butcher, but he jumps away. The hammer dwarf kicks the llama skin in the head with his right foot, bruising the skin, and it's dead. Llama skin's very easy to kill. They're like potato skins. You just chomp. Anyway, so in this video, it's just like these two teenagers just like cussing out this dude because apparently they were trying to knock over his mailbox and he told them to fuck off. And they just sat there like cussing at him. And it's like these two 14-year-olds just like screaming at this guy. And one of them pulls out a box cutter and he charged him with it. Not all Canadians are polite, man. This like myth of Canadians being polite is like the myth of trying to think of like an American equivalent myth that actually isn't true. And this is like close to where, like not close, like in the next town. It was up in Langley. That's like a 30-minute bus ride from me. And I recognize the street it was on, like downtown Langley. It's like cute little small town vibe, but Jesus. And like I wouldn't even be able to stream it because like the stuff they were saying would get me banned. Yeah, no. Canadians are not polite. That's very much a myth. Saying Canadians are polite would be like saying that every single American open carries a rifle. Some do. Certainly not true for all of them. Most of them just close carry. I think in general the world is becoming pretty hostile. No, I think it's just way more obvious when the world is hostile because people can film it. I think the world's just as hostile as it's always been. The difference is now when somebody's hostile to somebody, camera! I'm filming you! I'm filming you! I'm filming you! Oh God! You know? I think it's just everybody has access to a high definition camera now. Which is also why there's no UFO sightings all of a sudden. Weird. There was UFO sightings all the time when some people had access to shitty cameras. But now that everybody has access to high definition cameras, strangely few UFO sightings. Weird. Weird, right? You know? I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, they still happen sometimes, but like way less frequently. Not unlike the early 90s when everybody had access to a garbage camera and could film grainy shit that looked convincing from a distance. When in reality, it's just, oh, it's a balloon. You know? That's just always the thing that I return to when it comes to like, oh, is the world becoming a meaner place? It's like, well, no, not really. The world's actually pretty okay. Oh yeah, no, totally. It's like, oh, is so-and-so still alive? The answer's almost always like, if there hasn't been footage of them in the last 10 days, no. But yeah, no, I mean, it certainly fixes a lot of things. Makes things better and makes things worse, you know? Phones have their benefits, and one of those benefits is I get to see concert footage of bands I like shortly after their tours start. One of the negatives is that, you know, people fall... Can you stop fighting with mule hair? Everything is UFO until you know what it was by definition. Sure. The thing is, people don't generally witness UFOs. People generally witness identified flying objects that they think are unidentified flying objects. Also, there's a blind cave. Is that an ogre? Hold on a second. What? Oh, never mind. That's my dwarf in here. All right. Off with the prospecting. How goes the booze? Pretty bad. And also, I would say everything is a UFO until the government knows what it is. Then it's just an identified flying object that they're not being truthful about, which is much more common. It's much more likely that it's actually just a perfectly identifiable flying object that they just don't want you to tell. They just don't want to tell you about. Versus an unidentified flying object. Speaking of booze, you looked into making Applejack recently. It looks pretty easy, actually. Oh, really? I've been researching making kombucha because I have all of the stuff to make it because I use it to make my what's it called? Sauerkraut currently. Because, you know, I'm using it to make sauerkraut. I'll still have it. And when I suddenly no longer have all of the ingredients readily growing and available in my garden to make sauerkraut, it's time to make kombucha. So kombucha in the winter, sauerkraut in the summer. Seems pretty good to me. Oh shit, Triangle Strategy released. Hot damn. Okay. That snuck out. Oh no! A cat is fighting against Llama Wool. Llama Wool attacks the cat, but the cat jumps away. This is just real life. You know, I think I need to tweet this. Let's see if I can find a screenshot of this cat. Where are you? Anyway, if anybody wants to help me out with my bullshit shitpost tweet, here you go. So if you happen to be on Twitter, retweets appreciate. My tweet of Bastet's thong, which sounds weird out of context, actually ended up getting a whole lot of retweets because KitFox Games quote tweeted it and then a week later retweeted it. That thing, like, yeah, it's got like 11 retweets now, which is a lot more traffic than I normally get on Twitter. Thanks, Orange. I'll have you know, Bastet, that there was an official request to make that a merch store item for Dwarf Fortress's future merch store that is not yet announced or released or proven to exist. It was in fact a nice thong. This is true. This is very much true. Oh, gosh, my neck. I am glad that after several attempts, we were able to get a properly spooky Halloween Fortress special. I'm quite happy about this. You'd buy the thong that you designed. Aren't you supposed to make Jeff buy it for you? Reminds you of the underwear Oolong wished for in Dragon Ball. What, the softest panties ever to exist, or whatever the line was? God, I haven't thought about that sequence in that TV show in a long time. No, we built a new one. Was that a rage quit? That was more of a salt quit. I wasn't really raging. I was just really salty. He's right next to you. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure, like, you're the one who'd have to, like, he'd have to buy it for you. Like, that's how that works. All right. No, this is very much a new fort. We've got resurrecting biome. Someone just, like, spun out their tires outside. Resurrecting biome, lots of undead ravens and ravens' heads, including capybara heads and named capybaras' heads and some stupid fucking kestrel. We've got necromancers and intelligent undead on our side. Yeah, no, it's going much better this time. Okay, is there any particular reason, dwarves, why you guys aren't brewing booze? Oh, you are. Okay. I guess we're just brewing it really slowly. I guess I'll do this. Make 2 more stills. But yes, new fort. More bastards, Thong becomes a forgotten beast. What? I guess, like, if we never talk about it again, it would, by definition, become a forgotten beast, wouldn't it? Are we spooked yet? Dude, there's undead geese on this map. So, yes. I haven't seen any zombie turkeys yet, though. Not that I've been looking, though. Just geese. Just as scary. Do you just brew forever or control your scott? I don't care about barrel production, but I check on our amounts and I brew them in portions. So I'll brew, I don't know, 100 units of booze, and then when we start to run low, I'll brew another 100 units. Then when we start to run low, I'll brew another 100 units. And then when we're consistently low, I will brew 300 units or whatever. I basically brew beer when we get to about 20% of our supply. I don't ever automate anything, really. Okay, so... Good news! Yay! Native silver! Motherfucker! We found silver! We found silver! We found silver! We found silver! It's in a really awkward spot, but we found silver! Ah, we found silver. Hey, we found silver. Where did it go? I lost it. We rich? No. Coins? Fuck that noise. More hammers, man. Come on. You've never, well, actually I don't know. Maybe you have been. Frogfire used to be rich though. Okay, so we'll just let them finish digging this out. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just stop them there. You're halfway to it again. Good for you. I'm proud of your dedication. So happy that we found some fucking silver, though. Can't even. The real important question, though, is are you living on a prayer?
You suck.
What? I can't even ask a question without getting booed. This channel's fucking brutal. Just get bullied all the day. Bark, 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 bark. Also gonna up ramp. Bark, 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 bark. Being a bark, 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 we're gonna be taking care of the pooch again pretty soon. Parents' anniversary. And the kitty as well. Crondle mutilated corpse is doing what? Nothing of value. It's fine. Also, one of my neighbors is babysitting this dog named Robin. He's this big. He's this tiny little white pom-pom. More native silver. Okay, we on the money, boys. We found native silver and more native silver and more native silver. Which means I can smelt native silver ore indefinitely. And we get hammers. Why is he babysitting a rat? Not a rat. It's a very small dog. Why are you mean to such small dogs? I'll be honest with you, chat. I was a little bit worried that this fortress was fucked. But now that we're finding silver, we're only possibly fucked, but not guaranteed to be fucked. And the reason for that is we actually now have a source of weaponry. So we're less fucked than we were a few seconds ago, which is very good. Does it bounce when it barks? You know, I've never actually seen him bark. He just kind of squeaks. Just, "Meow." But no, not really. He like doesn't bark. He's extremely well trained. Although it's really funny because he's extremely well trained, but he only speaks Korean because his owners are Korean, because his owners are like my neighbors who live on the second floor. And so my other neighbor is babysitting him for 3 weeks, but like dog acts super poorly behaved because he only speaks Korean. It's like they didn't think to like teach him any commands in English. Which is adorable, but also kind of a problem. Because the guy that's babysitting him doesn't speak Korean. So he's like, but he does speak Mandarin. So he's been like trying to teach himself some basic Korean, like sit, stay, and all that. But like he says it, and the dog just like looks at him like, "What the fuck are you saying, man?" You've never heard a dog speak. Well, I mean, he barks and like they only understand like commands in Korean. It's just like when my older sister, my older sister and her husband have a rescue, who's lovely, absolutely lovely dog. But he came from Northern Ontario, was where he was found. Sheepdog cross, like sheepdog husky cross thing. Multiple mutt, beautiful dog, but very, very smart. They had a really hard time communicating with him. And then they tried speaking with him in French. And he just like immediately showed up, sat down. And they're like, oh, okay, this makes a lot more sense now. Your owners were French. Okay, sweet. Also, zombie, I've got a job for you. Taking you off of everything. Oopsies. But I'm giving you all of the healthcare gigs, because you'll always be available. Metal crafting and blacksmithing. I'm not giving you armoring or weaponsmithing. But we're just going to have a 24/7 smith. A dig vein like that? Yeah, literally hit D and then hit A. So you can designate all, which just does this. You can designate ore and gems, which only will designate ore and gems. So only designate. Oh my god, there's even more up there. Which will only designate ore and gems. Sorry, you can automate ore and gems, which makes them green, and then they just auto mine them. You can designate them, which just gives a normal designation, so it doesn't automatically mine them all, just the one. You hit A again. You can only designate gems. You hit A again, and it'll designate all. Yeah, super useful. A lot of people think it's a uh-oh. Need silver nuggets. What? My guy. Those are silver nuggets. I know that you're a zombie and thus your brain's a little dumb, but like, you have lots of silver nuggets. Sir. Respectfully. Just need a little stockpile down here. Doesn't even need to be fancy. Needs to be a little stockpile. Just for native silver ore. Hey. Oh, did I make it inaccessible somehow? Perfectly accessible. What? This dwarf is really dumb, chat. Caravan from Dorgu. Oh, a human caravan has arrived. Let's pull. Well, I need to pull that lever too. Both the levers. The thing is, they have to make it in. One. Thunk. We'll find out if they make it in a moment. They don't seem super interested. Armstone located. Let's pause the game. Oh, I see. Doors forbidden. That's why. Zombies come rushing in. And trap. And trap. Trap. The raven heads are rolling in. Send the dwarves outside real quick to deal with the raven heads, but the traders can make it in. Except you're getting removed from this group because you want to go do anything else, which is totally fair. One raven, two raven, three raven. Them all back in. What am I trying to do? Keep this very, 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 very haunted fort alive. Mostly. And I'm also trying to figure out why they seem to think that a bunch of metal ore I have in the basement is inaccessible. Because it's not, but it's very much accessible. But I'll probably figure that out on another day because I have been streaming this fort for about 10 hours. Let's just slam that shut because I don't think there's any more coming in. And also trade with some humans. No, just as you do. Yes, when they're not locked in certain zones that they can't get to the accessible things. So yes, they do think things are accessible. I mean, speaking of Dwarf Fortress advocating for accessibility, we had a dwarf kill not one, not two, not three, but 7 zombie crows and 1 zombie crow head with their crutch when they had a broken leg. So, you know, if he can do it, any dwarf can. Pretty damn accessible, frankly. Reissue that order. Must be Armok himself. I don't know about that. That seems like a gross exaggeration. More goo? It hasn't really stopped much, to be honest. All right, Athros, you're just an idiot. That's what I've come to. I'm going to give Athros literally any other job. Let's just go back to all of the farming shit. You can just be a 24/7 farming bot, if that's what you insist on doing. Like, literally, it's right there, see? Like, yes, it's accessible, and yes, we have it. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Huh. I don't know what the fuck's up with that. Seem good at it? About 5 years consistently. Morning, Rolf. Oh, well, there's a... Found a ghost. Thought that we'd memorialized you. I guess not. Apparently not. Okay, shit. Sorry. Also, I didn't realize that Cyrolac died, but rest in peace, Cyrolac. Hold up, what? Must have lost a bunch of dwarves somewhere that I super duper didn't notice. I mean, by definition, I might be better at the vanilla game than the vast majority of people, just per the fact that I, you know, play vanilla, whereas the vast majority of people who play this game a lot play with DF Hack and Therapist. So by that definition, I'm pretty good at this. You have a good night, Audio. And thanks for hanging out as always. Also, to answer your question, because Hobo hasn't, he's taking classes. Pastry stuff. Chef things. Yeah, I'll figure out the weirdness with this later, but geez. Yeah, see this fish? I guess that zombie's just an idiot. Because, like, this dwarf seems to be able to do it. They smelt native silver ore. No problem. Weird. Weird. So, chat, we're getting warhammers to deal with these zombies, which means we're not going to be unarmed forever. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I still think that my favorite screenshot that I've gathered today was this thing that I put up on Twitter, though. I don't know what that means. Oh, meringues? Gave away to... I need to Google what that is. What the hell even is that? Sure, it's a thing. Okay, it is what I thought it was. I've just literally never seen that word written down. Okay. I mean, I'll take them. You're giving a diabetic sweets? What? Yes, it's both. All right, chat. This has been a long, kind of exhausting, and kind of stressful fort. But, you know, we've made progress today in the 10 or so hours I've been playing it. You know, we built a fort, not a great one, but it's a fort. We've got 53 dwarves. I don't know where the 53rd one came from, but we got 53 dwarves. There's goo everywhere outside and bodies everywhere. There's zombies in the stockpile, and we are engraving statues. We've also found till you get bored generally. Hello, Rolo. Unless you're not very good at the game. But if you're good at the game, you can more or less, within reason, make them last indefinitely, if you know what you're doing. Yeah, we have zombie citizens. We have necromancers in the fort. I mean, like, I give you an idea, right? I've been playing this fort for, what, 10 hours? I've been playing Long Death for longer than One Piece times 2, I think is what we figured out recently, is that that playlist is twice as long as One Piece, which is this playlist. So, you know, if you want a lot of Dwarf Fortress, and, like, I mean a lot of Dwarf Fortress, this, when this loads, is all one fort. Most of these videos are 5 to 7 hours long. We just found... How'd you find out about Dwarf Fort? Dwarf Fort, you know, it's kind of a legend, really. It is the original inspiration for Minecraft, after all. Which is true. But, I don't know. If you peek at my YouTube channel, you will find more Dwarf Fortress than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. I'm here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, generally. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Okay, well, I'll do my best to let them in. Although I don't really have enough food. Dwarf Fortress isn't a difficult game, it's just a really obtuse game. The thing with Dwarf Fortress is if you're good at it, you can kind of just contort it to do whatever you want it to do. Google News article. Oh, really? Huh. Was it something to do with tutorials? Because the tutorial for Dwarf Fortress is currently this. This is the tutorial, which is actually a very good tutorial. And it's not as bad as it looks, I swear. It's like nowhere near as long as a textbook. This is like a pretty comprehensive tutorial too. It's not as crazy as it looks, I swear. 2023-ish? 2023, maybe into 2022. You never know. You never know. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, no, to be clear, on my YouTube channel, there's 7, I think it's 7, videos with the developers of this game now. They come on my stream once every 4 months or so, and we hang out and talk about the game. So, this is about as close to being official as you can be without being official. Why is there a child crawling around? Whose is that? Where are your parents? Oh, your mom and dad are... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. So I don't know how I missed this. Wade Master, are you still lurking? Because if no, that's fine too. So Titan Wade Master, right, is married to a crazy undead naked necromancer who's running around just blurting out random shit at all times. Like completely nuts. Has a little exclamation point above her head. She's completely overthrown by the stresses of her day-to-day living and can't eat or drink because she's immortal and just runs around screaming all the time. Doesn't do anything. Apparently she had a kid somehow. She's undead. I mean, I guess she is 69 years old. I can't even make this shit up. This fucking video game. She still dreams of ruling the world. Maybe her kid will one day. Assuming he lives. God damn it. Well, it's one of these babies. Which one is it? Yeah, it's you. 1 month old. She dreams of raising a family. But she is stingy with resources when working on projects. Wow. I guess he's really good at catching crazy necromancer, you know? You thought it was normal? Nope. I'll be completely honest with you. Super duper wasn't paying attention to necromancers. I don't think I've ever actually seen a necromancer have a kid before. Let alone, like... I've also never seen, like, an insane person, like, just pop out a baby randomly. Anyways, chat room. Like I was just saying, we've been streaming a lot of Dwarf Fort today, so I think we're going to change games for a little bit. Mostly because my brain's just, like, kind of dripping out of my ear at this point. But just kind of a few things to get out of the way because there are a couple new people in the channel right now.